Hello, everybody. Nice to have all of you here. Hope everyone's all right. Making sure all my pages are open and correct. Here we go. So K-index at 2.3 right now. We'll see how it goes with propagation. We were supposed to have a really big geomagnetic storm, which kind of fizzled out. We had a moderate one, but not as strong as they had predicted, as the coronal mass ejection didn't hit the Earth as strong as they thought it would. And here we go. So there we go. And welcome aboard, everybody. This is the Saturday live stream. We're here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. And we are here to entertain, have fun with radio. And of course, we do this every Saturday. We started this whole thing way back in 2013, I think, is the first stream that I made live. I never thought that 13 years later I would still be there doing it. So lots of things have changed in that 13 years. Stations disappeared. But still lots of stuff to tune around, especially if you go around. There's something. What is the... I have a warning. What's that warning about? Something says, did I miss? I didn't draw files. I don't know what... Why does it say warning? Warning. Something bizarre. Okay, it says that the... Oh, that's weird. Never had that warning before. Is my video fine? Do you guys see any anything? It's the warning is telling me that my output is not as good as it should be. I don't know what, but yet on the indications, everything's green. So, anyways, let me know if the video has some issues or anything. Yep, we are here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. My name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. And we have a lot of fun, northeast part of North America, where I'm located. And we tune the bands and do all the stuff that we usually do. So thanks, guys, for reporting that the video looks fine. I'm going to have to check out why it's telling me this. It's the first time ever that I've seen this appear in YouTube Studio. That's weird. So anyways, everything's fine. That's what's important. And that's what it should be. And so nice to have all of you here. We have a beautiful chat room with wonderful people. If you want to chat, ask questions, anything, this is the place where we've got a great great gang of people that are just fantastic. And this is really, really cool. We have the best gang, I think, of any YouTube channel or any place. So this is pretty cool. And once this is over, we do have a Facebook group with 4,500 members. And the Facebook group is the same name of the channel, official SWL channel. And that's where people continue. That's where people continue to show up and share what they're listening to, radios they're using, and so on. So it really is nice to have everybody here as usual. So we're going to tune the bands. We're going to see what conditions are. We're going to do all sorts of things. I got a few questions from an email also that we'll be looking at a little later. And hopefully we'll have a lot of fun as usual. Cheers. Here's my beer as usual. So nice to have everybody on board. Okay, played with quite a few radios this week. I played around with the M-Lite. I played around with the Texan PL520. I played around with the showing radios, the LC90. I was looking at it the other day, and I was like, I'm gonna use that and go from one side to the other, which is a lot of fun. So I listened to Radio Romania, listened to a few things on shortwave, and then I switched to the smart radio, listened to Radio Australia. I listened to 567 Cape Talk in South Africa. I listened to the BBC World Service, stuff like that. It's kind of a really, really fun radio to play with when I can't wait to see when the LC100 actually comes out. The LC100 is supposed to be a few months away. So this is going to be something to look at maybe this fall. And I did get a little message from Shoyung saying that they'll make sure to send one my way once the LC100 is out. So that'll be interesting to see the improvements and how it works. It has a lot of similarities when you look at the way it looks. I think they almost seem to be like recycling the LC90 enclosure and just changing the insides with the LC100. So we'll see how it goes with that. There's also a new Courtesan receiver that's somebody sent me an email. Let me just go to my email. At the same time, I'll be able to see if other people are joining in saying hello. Got a few people sometimes that say hello through the email. So coming soon is a new Courtesan QPR001. It has FM with RDS, medium wave, long wave, shortwave, and will have single sideband, which is very interesting. So this is definitely something to look at and to see how it goes. I definitely will be looking at that for sure. I think having one of those would be nice. It seems to be a very small portable, but adding single sideband to if it performs as well as the if it performs as well as the Courtesan DX286, it could be a very, very interesting could be very interesting to look at. So it depends on how it's going to be built and how it's going to be done. So welcome aboard, everyone. Rod and Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. We have Leroy Inc. Nice to have you here. We have Kenvet. Nice to have you here from Madison, Wisconsin. KD9WNV. We have Bobby Burgess. Nice to have you here from Morgan City, Louisiana. WA5107SWL. We have Free to Choose. Nice to have you here. Bienvenue de Saint-Hyacinthe. J'espère que tu vas bien. We have Paul Stringer. Nice to have you on board. VE3105SWL in St. Catharines, Ontario. Richard Wagner. Nice to have you here from Northeast Illinois. YouTube Radio, XH Data. Nice to have you on board from the USSR. From Russia, Jay Watterson 69. Nice to have you on board. Andy New from Bristol, UK, M7CUN. Gabriel, nice to have you here from Uruguay. Nice to have you here, and nice to see your little de-expeditions and having fun with radio. It's always cool to see that. MDK2, nice to have you here from Denver, Colorado. Matt, nice to have you on board. Brian Leisner, nice to have you here. Always nice to have you on board. Says, what a weekend of configuration. I had SDR Play is now a coffee table device. We shall see how that goes. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you here, Chuck, from South Texas. And we had warm weather this week. We were in the 80s all week, pretty much. So really nice and very dry, because here, that's the problem usually. We have very nice, very hot weather, but usually it's extremely humid, so it's uncomfortable. And this week it was warm, but it was so dry that actually it was nice. We had, upper 80s, and I didn't even install the air conditioning yet. It was warm, but I didn't feel the need to have the air conditioning, actually. So, but the week ahead is supposed to be very warm. We're probably going to get, might hit the 90 Fahrenheit mark, 32, 33 Celsius at least, with humidity. So that means that tomorrow, Sunday, my main focus will be to put up the air conditioning in my window so that I can cool down in the week ahead. As, we're getting into summer. Robert Varner, nice to have you on board for KC2TEL in New Jersey. Mike WX50, nice to have you here from Northwest Arkansas. SWL Signals, nice to have you on board from Florida. Tony, nice to have you on board. And the cat is saying CQ, CQ, nice to have you here. Old Radios, nice to have you here. Says I got my good Texan with me, so pretty cool. Robert Varner says, Sassy, one of my cats. Tony is in Providence, Rhode Island. Nice to have you here. Skidology, nice to have you on board from Southern Ontario. And Far Too Many Gadgets, nice to have you here from Pennsylvania. Jules the Cat, who is about Paul's age. So cool. Steelic, nice to have you on board. Blessed Biscuit Gamer, nice to have you here from Scotland. And the new says, check out SWL YouTube channel for details on the new Courtesan. Yeah, that's going to be interesting to look at. It's definitely going to be a radio to look at. Ronald Medland, nice to have you here from New Zealand. Pretty cool. We don't have a lot of people from New Zealand showing up. So it's nice to have someone from there. And I just love listening to Radio New Zealand at night here in the summertime. Craig Martinetti is there from Ontario, Canada. And what else do we have? Brian Leesner, very good. Everything working last minute, but working. Rob Carter, nice to have you here. Rob from Texas. PVM, nice to have you on board. Good afternoon. So video's fine. Anything else here? Okay. Tabby Tom, nice to have you on board. Says please hit the thumbs up button to support the channel. Brian Lee said don't leave out a t-shirt. That's part of the outfit too. And a really bad joke. Thomas, nice to have you here from Jersey. It's been a while. Did you get your general class ticket, or better yet? I am officially amateur radio operator with HF privileges here in Canada. I'm Victor Echo 2 Zulu Zulu India, and been using the Yaesu FTDX10 as my main rig. So yep, I am licensed to ham now, and starting to think and look at maybe getting my the extra license that we have here in Canada, getting the advanced license. So I'm gonna check that out. Of course, for that I will need to brush up on my CW and be able to do a 5 word per minute CW, but definitely checking that out for maybe the fall. I don't know. We'll see. I'd like to have my advanced license. So nice to be here. And by the way, just as I remember, if you like what I do, there's the super chat, guys, where you can give a little something, and the pizza fund for me not to starve tonight, and cat treats for Paul. There's PayPal also. Please think about it. Your contributions have helped me a lot during the last year, so it is much appreciated to have some donations if you like what I do. Next, Steve Burnham, nice to have you on board, Central Pennsylvania. Cheers, everybody. Brian Leisner says, of course, my wife with the groceries never arrives before the stream. It's always during the stream. Dustin Love, nice to have you here from Alabama. Brian Lisner says, I've been 100% SDR player SPDX this week, building software, virtual cables, and getting everything just right. Radio 1, nice to have you on board from Central Ohio. John Beckham, nice to have you here from Northeast Florida. Mad Radio DXer, nice to have you here from the UK, M7EIW. And we have ZY3WR, nice to have you on board. Says, this was interesting yesterday. Radio Oro Mia changed frequency to 12060, and they're back to usually 6030. But I wonder about why the audio is so low. Yeah, it can happen. Some broadcasts, unfortunately, the audio is bad, often low, and it could be a transmitter fault. It could be the link that they use to send the audio that has a problem. It happens regularly on some broadcasts that, unfortunately, the audio is really, really bad. WF7I Homebrew, Bert, nice to have you on board from Virginia, cleaning up the shack today and working on some indoor radio projects that he's been ignoring. So pretty cool, and doing lots of 6-meter FT8. Pretty cool, pretty cool. I still have to put up my my coax. I still have to put up my coax here to change, to make sure that my my transceiver, everything's all right. Maybe tomorrow I'm going to be checking that out. I'll try to compress and condense everything I could do tomorrow in the same day, so that I can work on my stuff this week. Brian Leisner, I want a new Codicen. Won't be for sale for a couple of months. Releasing China 1st. Yep. Old Radio says, yes, the S2200X is with me. Cool. Hope you like it. It's a great radio. Great radio. So they're not using the TEF chip on the, they're using the silicon integrateds, I guess. They could have used, done like some radios do use both. The TEF for listening when you don't have you're not using single sideband. Use the TEF chip, and when they want to go to single sideband, they switch to the SI silicon integrated chip. Bert says, finally have my vehicle equipped to do HF and 6 meters. The Yaesu FTX1 Optima. Can do FT8 via laptop also. Pretty cool. Great for catching rare 6-meter openings away from home. Jim Gordon says, on this channel, mentioned the new Codasen. It has the bands you mentioned, but it's powered by this SI 4735. So it's going to be one of those radios. I just hope that they're not going to do a mistake by maybe releasing an inferior radio than what we are used to with the DX286. You know, sometimes that could happen. They might want to release a radio not too expensive, and this might actually be a problem. Looking at the radar, because there's a severe thunderstorm watch for Montreal right now. So in case, but for now, the radar seems to be pretty quiet around. Okay. Old radios. SSB, because I get those easier than most international stations due to my location. RJ Dakota, nice to have you here from Winsville, Missouri. Dominique, nice to have you here from Poland. Darren Rogers, nice to have you on board from Long Island, New York, KB2AHS. Emil Johnson, nice to have you on board. RJ Dakota says it's cloudy but steamy warm weather. Starchild 9, nice to have you here from Lachine, which is just to the southwest of my location on the island of Montreal. ZY3WR says, what station is that at 17540? It's Vatican, but different type from 9705. 17540. What is listed on 17540? Oh, that's an irregular. It says irregular broadcast. So it's not there all the time. So it's Vatican Radio, but I know that there are several types of broadcasts for Vatican Radio. There's the regular broadcast that has news bulletins and stuff like that. And there's, they do have special Catholic broadcasts with like speeches of the Pope and things like that also. So they might have been doing that. Maybe when there are things sometimes that they want to, broadcast maybe some Pope, speech or whatever. And but they have different broadcasts. That's exactly also why they have, when like Easter happens or Christmas and things like that, they do have specific special broadcasts just for those occasions also. Brian says, if I order a Codasen from AliExpress, by the time it gets to America in 6 weeks, it will be on sale in America. Brett Woolley, nice to have you on board, and nice to have you here from Northwest Oklahoma. Tinas, nice to have you here from Switzerland. Mr. Transistor 2N2222A, nice to have you here. Jim Gordon, nice to have you on board from Dundee, Scotland. Where are you and Paul going for your holidays? Holidays, what's that? Fortunately, my caregiving duties pretty much forbid me to get away for a long period of time. And being that my main income is YouTube, that also is something that you don't really go on holiday from YouTube. You have to constantly have some content going on. But I do have a lot of little times that I will be going here and there. Next week, next week, I'm hoping maybe to find a date to go to Perry Island or going at least do some walk in the park videos. Bill Penna, nice to have you here from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. 82DU, nice to have you on board. Just 1 hour north of New York City. Toobrook Tim, CBBC announced it will stop broadcasting radio for longwave. Yeah, that's been announced a long time ago, and it was first supposed to be stopping the broadcast on longwave last year by December. Finally, they extended the broadcast. I think the date is now in June of this year, by the end of this month, something like that. So we'll see. There's a lot of controversy going on that, removing 198. DH1AO, nice to have you on board from northern Germany. Keegan DXer, nice to have you on board. Keegan from Northwest Arkansas, says at EFM E-Skip from Pennsylvania, Ohio, and New York this morning. Wow, that is cool. That is cool. I actually use Dakota Sands. That's why it's very close here right now. I used it last night. I went through the FM band, trying to see if I have anything unusual. Sometimes it's not E-Skip. Sometimes it could be like Tropo. And since the weather was warm and, there was like a weather front coming our way, I was thinking maybe there could be some unusual propagation. I'm still amazed at the number of stations that pop up when you scan the bands with that with the Cortisan, and it's really nice that it works here, because with all the FM breakthrough, the FM stations are so powerful here that it makes it very, very difficult to really difficult to actually have a radio that can tune the FM band and not overload. So it's pretty cool. Ham Radio Social, nice to have you on board, Nigel from South UK, M0NRG. Paul Stringer, is next weekend the SWL contest? What SWL contest? Ross Radio Universe, nice to have you here from Toronto, updating his ICOM R75 to an ICOM IC705 tomorrow. Pretty cool. Brian Leesner says, I successfully decoded CW last night with FLDG wired up with a virtual cable. And it was an ARRL test. Oh, yeah, you were probably getting one of the ARRL lessons, Morse code lessons. Those are great because since they're sent by a computer, they're really stable, so the codes go really well on decoding the ARRL code. But it's when you get a human sending code that gets a little more difficult. Marvin Motz, nice to have you here from China. Good morning. Old Radio says, another boring week with no new radios. Jim Gordon says, I've been swapping Facebook messages with noted veteran DXer Victor Guntilik. He is also a ham. All right. What else do we have? Timothy Gunter, nice to have you on board from Fort Smith, Arkansas. Tosinov says there's some tornado chasers in Canada today. Yeah, I would guess. I was looking especially like right here in Quebec. Right now it's quiet. But in Ontario, there seems to be a bunch of thunderstorms. All radios. Gee, a thunderstorm watch would be nice if people know a Reuter radio. Yeah. Gino, nice to have you here from Kentucky. So, PayPal, you just to use the PayPal, you just send it to the email that I just posted. So you say you want to send to this email, and you should see actually the SWL channel logo going on with or a picture with, I think it's me or Paul the Cat or something. So this is the PayPal, Gino. And VT Radio, nice to have you here, Paul, in Northern Vermont. I haven't forgotten. We're gonna do that communications through the Covey Hill repeater soon. I'll send you an email when I'm ready, and we'll try to arrange something. It's just been a little busy. Either I'm busy, or either it's because the weather's not nice. So nice to have you on board from Northern Vermont. Perry, nice to have you on board from Sherbrooke, Quebec. Always nice to have you here. Let me just check out the email here, and at the same time, if anybody has done any donations, I get a notification in my email so that I can check that out. So email. My voice is all scratchy. Thank you, Kevin Davidson, Blogger Die. Thank you, Brian Leisner. Thank you, Bert, for the donation too. Much appreciated through PayPal. We have Larry that is located in Georgia and says hello. Says he's not in the chat or anything. He's watching on his phone and always enjoys the show. Thank you for all you do. So thanks, Larry, and Georgia. Nice to have you here. So that's pretty cool. So our first test with the Morse code spy number stations, we'll try that in 27 minutes time. So nice to have you here. What else do we have? 2N222A says, I'd like to see the big rig there with the dial lights on. So do you mean this, the Westinghouse? Yeah, the lights aren't burnt, so I need to change the bulbs, but they're kind of difficult access. So I haven't been doing anything because it's just, it works so well. I just don't want to touch it. But the Westinghouse is really nice. Regularly I turn it on and listen to the radio, a full evening of radio. One night was really cool because I turned on the Westinghouse International here, and I came across WBCQ on 7490 with a really good signal. And for like an hour, they were playing old music from like the 1940s and 50s. It was really cool. And I was like, it made, it gave me the impression of this radio going back in time and having all of those old tunes being played on the old, this radio is from roughly 1949, 1950. It's a pretty old radio. It's 75 years old. And it works great. It's pretty cool. Megan, nice to have you here from Carmel City, Colorado. Mike Beat, nice to have you here from Bayfield, Colorado. Don Royal, nice to have you here. Says showing LC90. Whoops, I just jumped here. Let's go back up. Okay, showing LC90 radio latest version is 4.9.1. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm the latest version. I haven't checked out yet. DJ Craze, nice to have you on board. Don Royal says hello from the sunny 100 Fahrenheit Sun City, Arizona. Paul Stringer says we might get more pirate stations again on Longwave. What else do we have? Craig Martinetti's call sign, WDX2ROE. Fred Waterer, nice to have you on board from Ontario. What else do we have? M1 OTA, Olivia, nice to have you on board from England. Pretty cool. Hello there from Bahrain. Nice to have you here. Pretty cool to have you on board. Brian Lee's there. So yeah, everybody says it's the streaming is fine. Sometimes you have to just restart the feed on YouTube. Sometimes you can get a wrong path and it doesn't work well. So Paul Stringer, it's a contest that you can log. Can you only log one country and you must log 42 stations with at least 15 minutes? Well, that's interesting. I didn't hear about anything. WFI Umbro, weather alert for your region says up to 50mm rain through Sunday morning. Yeah, possible. Yeah. Fred Waterer, it's hot, humid, and windy here in Niagara. Thunderstorms would not surprise me. DJ Craze firing up another browser and trying to get the stream. From there, but I can't log in on that browser, so I guess I'll talk in chat on this one. That's interesting. That is weird because you're the only one that is buffering. Oh, you're using a VPN. That could be the cause. Maybe the link on that VPN that you have right now is no good. Keegan the Xer have alternated with my Eton Elite Field with indoor antenna and my Codis MDX286 internal antenna in my backyard this week. Okay. And oh, we were just talking about maybe there could be some resurgence of longwave parts. I've never heard one here. You know, there's tons of things on the longwave bands that I see, like there's that experimental amateur radio spot where I never heard anything. There's that guy that every Christmas has this Christmas special broadcast on longwave on like something like, 184 kilohertz or something. And every year, it seems like nobody's hearing it, even people that are close to him. So I don't know exactly how what he's using to transmit, but it doesn't seem to be that great. Old radios says got a 1949 Philco next to me. I've never plugged it in. Yeah, and if you haven't used it at all, you got to be very careful when you plug in those old radios because you could have big surprise. Usually you have to start, slowly. And I don't have the proper equipment here, so I usually plug them in. But what I do is I plug them in from a distance, and I see if something happens. But you could have a surprise if you plug in a radio and something's bad in it. These old radios, you got to be careful. ET himself, nice to have you on board from Vernon, British Columbia. So, yes, that's the best. The best thing is to bring it up the power slowly to see if anything bad's happening. Jim Gordon here in Scotland at an aviation museum in Monrose. There's a haunted World War II era radio that supposedly turns itself on and plays wartime broadcasts. Yeah, I've heard something about I where I saw I think it was a documentary. They were actually investigating, and I think that's what they were talking about. They were investigating that haunted radio that supposedly turned itself on its own. And there was actually it came from a same documentary that I saw where there was a specific tube radio model that people called the haunted radio because people that owned one said that the radio would turn on by itself without them doing anything at any hours of the day or night. And they were wondering what was happening with those radios. And I don't remember what's the ending, but they found out why the radios were turning on. It was some kind of a defect within the radio itself, but makes for some great stories. Craig Martinetti says, I'm always using a different VPN to stop the buffering. France is a good country. Strong. um, what else do we have here? So Brian Leisner's got the A26 schedules up. All the radios, it's AM only with a two-tone arm turntable. LP's ad just came out. No flip stylus yet. Huh. No, I said hi to you, Paul. I was saying that I was going to find a time to send you an email to finally eventually make that contact over to Covey Hill repeater. So nice to have you here, Paul. TVDXer, salut, ça va bien? J'espère que tu vas bien toi aussi. Nice to have you on board as usual. As usual. Thank you, Eugene, for the donation through PayPal, and we'll try to have one. I'll see what I can do to have a Paul sighting during the show. Mike WX50, a radio that tunes in broadcasts from decades ago, sounds like the movie Frequency. Yeah. WF7I Homebrew. There's a guy in Virginia that transmits on the Christmas messages on longwave using a very old radio design. He's weak, but I can hear him. But I'm only maybe 50 miles away and have a beverage. Yeah, probably that's the guy that we're talking about because I recall that he might be in your area of the United States, and he's like transmits a Christmas message every year. And so you are hearing him, but very weak. That's kind of cool, though. M1OTA Olivia says, my MLE 30 plus antenna is still going strong after 2 years outside. No match for my end-fed half wave, though. Yeah, when you have low noise, usually in an environment, if I had no noise around here, I wouldn't even have a loop. I would have just wires everywhere. So the end wave, here it's like half and half. Here what happens is the end fed, the half wave end fed is good for higher frequencies. So my Yizu receives way better there than my GA490. But on the low frequencies, that's where it shines, and I will get stuff in very low frequencies on the ICOM with the loop that I do not get on my Yisu because lower frequencies, there's way too much noise there. I'm going to prepare myself for the first number station. 17421 is a frequency. So 17,421. We'll see how it goes with that. I'm receiving CHU on 3330 here because, hey, we're not that far away from that time when it's going to be gone. Talking of transmissions, I wanted to share that the BBC midwinter broadcast is coming up in 2 weeks. And the BBC has put up its page for the BBC midwinter. So this is going to be just going to check it out here. I want to share the link. BBC midwinter broadcast. So the BBC midwinter broadcast, the page, this is the page, and it does say here that BBC midwinter broadcast 2026 is going to happen on Sunday, June the 21st. So they're saying 1732 local, which every year is always kind of a mix-up of what do they mean local, and I think it's the same time as last year. So last year was, what was it? Was the something like 21 UTC or something like that. So this is the page anyways. You'll see that on the right side it says our Antarctic Midwinter Broadcast 2026 coming up. It's kind of cool that, you know, the BBC is actually doing this every year. It's always nice. I was actually thinking about the BBC Midwinter because I came across The Thing from John Carpenter's The Thing, with that alien in the Antarctic, which I find it such a good movie. And apparently when they have their party down there for the midwinter broadcast, they have a screen where they actually play the movie, which must be pretty interesting watching a movie of, a horror kind of movie in the Antarctic when you are in Antarctica. Must be kind of interesting. Kamikaze 76, nice to have you here from West Michigan. NX8T, Jim, nice to have you on board. From Cleveland, Ohio, pretty cool to have you here. And really, really nice. We have ZY3WR, the station that was at 11815 with Bubble, apparently called Radio Payam. He changed to 15615, and it didn't help. The Bubble is very strong there too. Yeah, they're often very quick at messing up the signals. ET himself, that's the interesting thing that we were actually talking about, me and Sheldon at one point, because we look at pirate stations like on the FM band in New York City, and of course there's the shortwave pirates, and we have no indication or no knowledge that a pirate broadcasts from Canada, but it's not impossible. There could be some pirates up here in Canada, but it's hard to know. We know there's a lot. The shortwave pirates. There's a lot of pirates on the East Coast, the Northeast. We have a lot of them there. But apart from that, here in Canada, we had one pirate that showed up last year, which was very unique. It was a Quebec separatist movement broadcast done on shortwave, and we were wondering where did it come from. Is that special? It came up, I think, 2 or 3 times and then disappeared. So did the broadcast come from a pirate transmission here in Canada or in southern Quebec? Or is it a program that was sent to a pirate in the US to rebroadcast? We're not really sure about that. So that's the thing here, is that we're not really sure about the the provenance of some of the pirates. So we don't know. Actually, we really don't know where they where they are. So yeah, there could be. There's one called Radio. There was one called like something like Radio Northern Star or something, and they were saying that they were broadcasting from the Canadian, Arctic or something, which probably is not. But we were wondering again on that one, is he located somewhere in Canada? We don't know. And on the FM and AM bands, like, New York has tons of FM pirates, things like that. I've never heard a pirate on the FM band here. It's something that you know, I'm not aware there was. Sheldon says that there could have been time period in the 80s where there was apparently maybe one FM pirate on the bands in Montreal, or an AM one, but we don't know. We don't know. Is there or not a pirate in the bands that broadcast from Canada? Hard to know. RJ Dakota, that sounds like a Twilight Zone episode. And yep. Haunted radio. Yep. Yep, all the old radios. Even this one. This one is unplugged. When I don't use it, it is not plugged in. They should not be kept plugged in, and when they're not in use. WF7I Homebrew. It's supposed to be a memorial of the original Fessenden's first audio transmission. Oh yeah, that's the thing. Exactly. Now it comes back to me. Toastin' I'm happy my radios are not haunted. Fred Water, a defect turned their haunted radio on. That's what they want you to think. My email address, Craig, is official shortwave radio at gmail.com. I just put it in the chat. Craig. DJ Craze, I've heard some of the troublesome radios on 7200 are in Canada. At least a couple. I don't know. There could be. We never know. Absolutely. Thank you, Gino in Kentucky. Bert, this Christmas, I'll record him on my Kiwi if I can remember. I can share the recording with you. I think I have an old recording somewhere. Yeah, that'd be nice. I'd like to have that. Maybe we could put it on the, we have the CIDX YouTube channel that has audio clips of stations, that we could put that one up. That could be nice. Craig Martinetti loved the theme song from Twilight Zone. Yeah, and there was that Twilight. They were using that Twilight Zone theme song for there was a disco song in the early 80s, which something in the Twilight, but it used parts of the Twilight Zone theme. Stan's Cave. I upgraded my MLE30 to a K480 WLA. Says, what a big difference. The Rorex says my G490 was acting wonky. Opened it up. The unit was waterlogged. Okay. WM9K Mark, nice to have you on board. What else do we have? King and DX earlier this week had FM skip from Ontario and Quebec. And this on the 2nd, North Carolina and Florida on the 3rd, Nevada on the 4th, Florida again, Georgia, Mexican state. Pretty cool. That's pretty cool. PT Radio, I picked up a sticky and dirty Ethon E1 XM for $5 this week at a junk store. Wow. I have 2 videos posted of me cleaning it up. It came out great. Cool, I'm going to check that out. It's pretty cool. $5. Nothing to lose with $5. So the frequency, guys, if you want to try it, SPY number station coming up in 2 minutes on 17421 CW, 17420 upper sideband. And it should be coming up in a minute and a half. I don't know if propagation is going to be good enough this week for us to monitor the number station coming in. I haven't heard a tone or anything. Usually we hear tones. So I'm guessing maybe this week's going to be rather bad. So preamp coming up. Old radios. That radio is a cabinet to a 1928 Radiola 62. 900DX, I still feel sorry for that chess computer in the thing at the beginning of the movie. Yeah, poured his drink in it. Y3WR, what frequency will they use for the Antarctica program? We will only know about a few days before. They're going to test some frequencies, and they'll be choosing some of those frequencies for the broadcast, but we'll not know those frequencies for the Antarctic program from the BBC before 2 or 3 days before. So we'll have to wait for that to happen. Hey, Chrissy, nice to have you on board from Memphis, Tennessee. Nice to have you here. Been a long time. Hope you've been well, my friend. DJ Craze, there's a pirate station on 104.5 FM in northern Middlesex County in Connecticut. They play oldies. So I'm not hearing anything on 17421. Well, actually not sure. I think I have a very faint... It's hard to say, but I think I got a very faint one. But I'm not sure, actually. Maybe it's my brain that's playing tricks. RJ Dakota, some of those pirates must be pretty close to me, must simply pound in, although some are pretty weak. Yeah, we know that there's a lot of them that are in the northeast of the U.S. Caller icon, I wonder what happens to CHU's frequencies when they go off the air. Are they up for grabs? Well, technically, they're not owned by CHU. They are used by CHU since they're broadcasting their time signal. But once that transmission goes away, anybody can start broadcasting on any of those frequencies, any utilities or anything. So they would be up. One of the things we're wondering of CHU is on the 22nd, is it going to stop at midnight? Is it going to stop during the day on the 22nd? Will there be an announcement? Will they just cut off the transmitters? These are questions we don't know. Yeah, that's a good stuff, old radios. These old radios should always be unplugged. And when you know they're working and everything, you plug them in when you want to use them, and then you unplug them when you're over. When DJ Craze says, my radio's haunted? No. My house? Yes. Mark Sandquist, nice to have you here. Brian Leesner has two SDRs going at the same time, the NRSPST on my backyard antenna, and RSPDX on the side house antenna. I have to pick up the CW today. Tustin Love, beeps on 17421. Dan Vital, nice to have you here from Detroit. Well, I guess that's the song, Golden Hearing's Twilight Zone. That must be that one. Or Manhattan Transfer. Oh yeah, there was Twilight Zone by Golden Hearing, but that's not the one I'm talking about. It's the Manhattan Transfer Twilight Zone or whatever song they made. That's the one, and it uses the theme from Twilight Zone. Fred Water, I never had a haunted radio, but I did have a cheap $12 Walmart clock radio that picked up the 49 meter band between 590 and 620. that is nice. I had a cheap clock radio from Kendall, if you remember that brand that we don't see anymore. And every time I would tune around the medium wave band, I would hear CW over many of the AM stations. It was like very, very weird. It's like I tune around and go and then start hearing CW here and there on the bands, which shows how crappy these radios were built. They were sensitive, but they weren't, that great. They would receive shortwave, basically some shortwave signals in them. It was kind of, kind of cool in a way, though. It was kind of unusual. It's like, oh, look at that, CW. Mark wants to get a Texan 520. It's a great radio. You will love it if you get a 520. Texan 520 is great. Keegan DXer, Mexican state of Sonora, and the 5th. In case you missed the last part of the post. Cool. That is cool. That's good DXing, actually. Brian Leesner, sometimes you just start hearing things and think it's CW. Oh, man, when you concentrate on a radio that has just static, I think you're kind of almost hear, stuff that isn't there. Your brain is like making its own signals. Brian Leesner hearing something. Said Y3WR, it's coming in strong here. Andy News, 17420 strong on the QESDR. VT Radio is picking up CW on 17421. ZY3WR says coming in very well. DJ Craze, I got the 17421 and Shelburne, Vermont Kiwi. Well, that's interesting. I'm not hearing, pretty much not hearing it here. John Beckham, Spain on 15500, coming in well in Northeast Florida. Chrissy, I have been well, pretty busy overall, but just looking forward to my vacation. Pretty cool. Nice to see that you're everything's well with where you are. NPR TVG, Bobby says, got word that there was been issues at WRMI once again. 15770 is out till probably Monday. So, interesting. We'll check it out here, but if it's out, it's out. Let's try Spain while I'm waiting for the next. Yeah, Spain coming in decently with some fades. And indeed, we could see that what usually is very strong is missing. The nice big fat signal of WRMI on 15770 is not here. So definitely a problem they need to fix, I would guess. Brian Leisner says, I'm not sure. I think I hear something. The H1AO says S9 here. Old radios. Is the select antenna any good? I have no idea. Anybody have that antenna and can share their own personal experience with it? I have no idea. Mr. Transistor, thank you so much for the pizza fund through PayPal. You're much appreciated. And like I said, guys, it helps a lot. If you want to give a little something through the super chat here or the pizza fund through PayPal, it is much appreciated and helps me continue doing these live shows and us having a lot of fun together listening to the radio. Yeah, usually they have the slow start, and then they have the message, and the message is sent at a faster speed. Hey, Jasmine, nice to have you on board. Happy Pride Month. Nice to have you here from a sunny Seattle. Happy Pride Month to everybody that celebrates. Daniel Schindler, nice to have you on board from Switzerland. GMAC, nice to have you here. Oh, Radar Love, remember that. Fred Water, when CHU closes down, they should announce we've run out of time. That's all, folks. Yeah, something like that. That'd be good. They should put the last day, you know what, with the clocks going backwards. It's like, every minute it's like, oh, it's 1 hour 58. Now it's 1 hour 57. What the hell's happening with CHU? So, merci, Daniel. HB9HGH from Switzerland. Finally, is there nothing now? Sometimes you hear things that you wish you were hearing. Dose and love. My guitar amp would pick up stations sometimes. I have a Marshall Valve State combo here, and I once had my guitar, the cable that plugged my guitar to the amp at a faulty solder joint. And so the ground wasn't there. And when I would plug it in, I'd hear all the AM radio station in Montreal with all kind of mishmash in the amplifier. You could hear the different voices as if your radio was tuned at every single AM station at the same time. It was kind of pretty weird. Different Gear TV, not sure about 520. It still picks up loads of stuff, stations. Are they mostly on the lower bands, like the 2 megahertz bands, stuff like that? Or you get them like everywhere? A different gear. Because here I've been using the ETM scan a lot, and I've not had problems with it giving me any frequencies that didn't have a broadcast on it. But I need to go to the park. I'll do a walk in the park with it, because the ETM scan, there's a spot in the park where I go to where I've noticed that all the radios that have an ETM scan, they stop on weird frequencies at a certain place when I'm sitting at a certain spot in the park. I want to check that out, but I can't say I've had the radio pick up. I've had maybe one or two, but all the Texan radios here often stop in the 2 megahertz range with something. It'll have one or two frequencies there, and it seems to be kind of I have the impression it's the medium wave band stations that are kind of interfering a little with the ATM scan on the very low frequencies when it's on the scanning the 120 meter band. But apart from that, I can't say I've had it stopped on, and I did a lot of ETM scans with it. So it's kind of interesting. Bill Penna first discovered shortwave when I was young by overloading my little AM radio. I don't know how. I didn't know what I was doing, but all of a sudden I could hear BBC World Service, Radio Moscow, and Radio Canada International. That's good. That's funny. RJ Dakota. Just here. Okay, RJ Dakota. I had a GE table radio that would pick up shortwave across the medium wave dial in places. DJ Craze, yeah, Manhattan Transfer to Twilight Zone. That's the one that has the Twilight Zone sounds in it. Golden Hearing's Twilight Zone is different. Handy new great reception with Spain 15500, different gear TV, S2200X picks up legit stations. Yeah, its scan is very good on the S22. John Beckham 17421 coming into Northeast Florida on my Ceodon R108. Fred Waterer, our WRMI Facebook page is usually pretty good at posting when a transmitter is down. DJ Craze says someone sent out WA1 HLR to go fix WRMI. Timtron will get it going. Roger, nice to have you here from Connecticut. Madrid the Xers, I want to ask your opinion on this. What do you think of me now listening more to Wi-Fi and DAB digital radio, because not only stations here in Europe leaving medium wave and long wave, and less stations on shortwave, and it's starting to rain heavily, but also more noise on those bands at home than ever before. I think it's normal. I think it's, everybody would be doing that. Here, if an example here, if the medium wave bands stations, if some of them that I would want to listen to are on HD here in North America, and so here in Montreal, I would pick up my little HD Sangean HD radio, because yeah, the stations, when you hear their HD signals, are crystal clear. it's all right. I mean, I do a lot of listening of podcasts and stuff through Wi-Fi. I mean, the BBC, I get it on shortwave at a certain times of the day, like at midnight local here. Oh, for UT, I hear 12095 quite well, and I listen to it there. But honestly, if I want to listen to the BBC, most of the time, what I do is I have the BBC app on my phone. What I do is I just play it through my they're showing on R1, which is a beautiful, radio, but that also can be used as a Bluetooth speaker. So I play it through there. So it seems like I'm listening to the radio, but in reality, I'm streaming. I think it's normal. There are tons of podcasts and stuff that I listen online streaming because they are easily available, and a lot of them even not available through any radio signal. So, you know, um, I don't see a problem there. It's normal. I think that's definitely normal. Sheila in Belleville, Ontario. Nice to have you on board. Jasmine says, just before I read Jasmine's message, I will just give you guys the frequency for the next. Gabriel, thank you for the donation. Much appreciated. William, thank you for the donation. Much appreciated also. So the frequency for the next transmission is 16141. So we're going to go here and we're going to go get that 16. So 16141. So the next one is 16141 in CW mode, 16140 in USB. If you want to try, it's going to come in 1 minute's time. Jasmine says, Cheryl, you may already know this, but the hot trend among Gen Z and Gen Alpha is away from social media and smartphones. 2030s may be the return to analog decade, old tech like flip phones coming back. Yeah, there's these cycles of technologies moving around. It's like when the vinyls, almost stopped being sold, and then suddenly you got these new generations coming in, and it's like they're going nuts on playing vinyl records again. Definitely, it could be an opportunity to reintroduce shortwave. Absolutely. It's very interesting, all these cycles of the different generations and what they use and what they want to use, and and probably at the same time wanted to make their own identity of where the generation that's going back to this or that want to be different. Oh, I'm hearing it on 16141. Yeah, definitely hearing it on 16141. So the M12 spy number station is coming in on this frequency. But definitely, Jasmine, it is, there's no telling that there could be a generation that suddenly goes crazy over what is analog radio like we've used it in the past, that suddenly they find that new thing, which is old technology, and they just start going crazy over it. Absolutely. Old radios. I started that in the late 2000s and 2010s. I started collecting physical media. Jim Gardner, remember some years ago being at a St. Patrick's Day concert in Glasgow. The PA system started broadcasting Joe Adamov announcing, "This is the North American service of Radio Moscow." That is nice. Andy Lynn says, heard Radio New Zealand. for the first time ever, very clear 2 nights ago, and still listen able last night. Woke up at 2 a.m. and tuned around before heading out lobster fishing. Cool. Congrats on the first catch of Radio New Zealand. John Beckham says, I used to like the song Somebody's Watching Me. Oh, yeah, Rockwell. I think it's Rockwell, the guy. It's a pretty unique sound for a song. It definitely sounds weird, but yeah, with the background vocals of Michael Jackson. Old radios. I started in 2008, but I had been interested in this stuff since 2002. Never underestimate a kid on the spectrum and his odd special interests. Yep. Chrissy Freitas have an HD radio, and we have some HD stations on FM, none on AM anymore. Here in Montreal, the HD stations, there's one on AM, and it's a religious station on 1650 kilohertz. But for the rest, the AM stations, CJAD on 800 and Sports 690 are HD, but you have to go to FM to hear their HD on HD2 and HD3 on 107.3. Which I find kind of sad because I would rather have HD on their AM signal. RGA Dakota, your HD radio is slowly going away. Much HD2s and 3s are being removed. Old radios. I had a decent vintage TV collection in 2000 when my Goodwill had CRTs and mostly early 70s to mid 80s sets, but they were old to me. Yeah, absolutely. Kevin Michael, nice to have you here. What do you think of the Baofeng UVK5 and the Yaesu FT96? Recently got both at a junk store. The VHF Air and Marine Band receiver is great on both. They seem to be interesting and seem to be good. In general, they're pretty good. I have a couple of Baofengs and a few other receivers like that. And they're pretty nice. What I like on the Yaesu, like I have the FT65, and I like the fact that the antenna is very, very well tuned to the amateur bands. So it is the receiver that is, for me, the best if I want to hear, like, say, the International Space Station repeater. Brian Leisner. Nice. The M lights arrived from Banggood without the LCD defect. Shipped with version 1.4 firmware after the manufacturing glitch was fixed. A relief. Fred Water. I like to think of my laptop as just a powerful world band receiver that does other things. Yeah, absolutely. Tustin Love 6141 starting. Andrea DXer, thanks, Jill. I asked because I bought my third Wi-Fi radio this week, and maybe some DXers might say it is wrong to listen to digital signals, but the noise has slowly become a losing battle, and even with my loop antennas. You know, I totally understand. I personally don't fall for those people that say, well, you know, you're a radio guy and you start listening to streams of stations instead of, you know, listening online. Yeah, well, if I can't hear it clearly on my radio, I still want to listen to it. So I'll go and listen to their streams if they have one, and I will do that. I hear what, you know, there's a few streams that I did listen a lot that I listen less on the streaming because thanks to WRMI in Florida, like Radio Polonia in Poland, they have the 1 hour program on WRMI, and it comes in very well here in Montreal. So it gives me that opportunity to still listen on the radio. But if I can't, I'll go to their online website and listen to their 1 hour program streaming from my phone to my smart speaker. Or sometimes it will be through a computer linked to the smart speaker via Bluetooth, and I'll listen to that. I even listen to online Kiwi SDRs that way. What I do is I like, for example, Radio Pilipinas. I like to listen to that broadcast. It's very unique, but I don't hear that here. So what I do is I go on a Kiwi SDR that hears it on my PC, and I, through Bluetooth, send the audio to my smart speaker, which it almost feels like I'm listening to it on a radio. But it's kind of interesting. But no, I personally don't see a problem with that. And honestly, it's like, even if you listen to it, like say on your smartphone or whatever, or Wi-Fi radio, it is radio in a sense, because Wi-Fi is radio waves. Your Wi-Fi radio receives the Wi-Fi signal from your router, from your modem, and so it's radio, still radio. I mean, our smartphones are transceivers. You talk on the phone or you send a text message. This thing is a transceiver. It receives and sends radio waves. And this is how it communicates with the outside world. We have a radio in our hand that is a very sophisticated computer at the same time. It's as simple as that. So it's still broadcasting. I can still hear it's not very strong, but it was there. RJ Dakota, one that still uses a Sequam 690. Wow. I wonder if anybody has a radio for that. So your M lights have LCD defect. Andy News, strong signal on a 6140 USB. Kenneth, nice to have you on board. Kenneth from Arizona. And he's melting and melting. Like the witch. And thank you so much, Kenneth, for the donation through PayPal. Much appreciated. Really appreciated. Helps tremendously. Says for you and Paul CHU retirement party. So and by the way, I will be having on the 21st. So we could mix in that both together. On Saturday the 20th, of course, will be the Saturday show as usual. But on the 21st, we have the BBC midwinter broadcast. So I was thinking of, it's at the same time of the CIDX Zoom meetup, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to do my own thing here on YouTube. And we will gather together to listen to two things. The BBC midwinter broadcast, and we will also enjoy the last hours of CHU Canada time signal, so that we'll if you guys have stories, I'll be sharing some of my beginner shortwave memories of first time catching CHU time signal and so on. So on Sunday the 21st, that weekend, we'll have two shows. We'll have the show on Saturday at 20 UT, and I think the midwinter broadcast is like 21 UT. So if it is 21 UT, that means on Sunday we'll have a 20 UT, a 20 hours UTC show again, and we'll listen together to the BBC Midwinter and share some memories of the CHU time signal and talk about it. I think it's going to be a fun radio weekend for that. So, and sharing all of that together. So thank you, Kenneth, for the donation, and much appreciated. Kevin Michael says, got KNX Sports 97.1, Los Angeles, California. Pretty cool. Skidology has 16141 coming in. Jasmine, yep. Chorus is sung by Michael Jackson. Joe, nice to have you on board. Get Paul trained for cat MMA. Get it. Fredwater, I miss the days when I was smart in a phone. Joe says UFCC Ultimate Fighting Championship for cats. Yeah. Cat Paul is going to be the referee. He's going to be the guy that's going to look at the other cats fighting. Brian Leisner, 16141, go on the backyard antenna. It seems to have stopped now on the NRSBST and CW mode. Free to choose. The religious station doesn't even broadcast in HD anymore, does it? Yes, it does. I've heard it this week. I was tuning around and I actually went on 1650. It was the top 10 Christian songs of the week when I got the I turned on the radio. So it is still in HD. Absolutely. Free to choose. ZY3WR, I hear something on 16140 USB. Okay, Michael, CBU, Vancouver, BC, on 690 kilohertz at night. Fred Water, Prince wrote Manic Monday for the Bangles too. Talented guy. Yep, Prince wrote, I don't remember what was his, the name he used, but he wrote tons of songs for a bunch of artists in the 80s. That guy was one talented dude. Like tons of big hits of the 80s were all written by him. It was crazy. John Ritson, nice to have you on board from the UK. Mad Reader DXer, thank you so much for the tip. Much appreciated. John Beckham, yeah, FCC Part 15 stuff, yeah. I remember that, John. No, I did not see the new Subaru reusable rocket landing. I have to go check that out. I took some pictures of the sky this week with from the city, and on the Galaxy S26 that I have now, when you go into the raw mode, you have a special mode that is meant for astrophotography, and I let it take a 10-second exposure of the sky to the southwest. And first of all, I was amazed at all the stars that popped up in the display that I couldn't even see with my naked eyes. And I saw a couple of constellations. One of them, the Corona Borealis, showed up real well on the picture. I don't know if I still have the picture. I actually took the picture and yeah, I zoomed it. So I don't know if you guys are gonna see it, but the Corona Borealis. Look at that. I zoomed the picture. It's very, very clear that it's the Corona Borealis there, with stars of magnitude almost 5, which I could not see at all with my eyes. And so this was so cool. I got a few pictures like that I just found so great. Joe, if you expected to hear some Vatican foreign language shortwave programs this week, they were replaced with classical music. Huh. No Russian and no Portuguese. Last transmission coming up from the M12 number station is on. Oh, there's some radio teletype around 16124. So the frequency will be in 3 minutes 15928. 15928. So if you guys want to try this one in 2 minutes time, 15928 CW, 15927 USB. Kevin Michael at 328 kilohertz, radio beacon from the Big Island at night. Mike B, I'm driving up to the mountains here in Colorado. I'm streaming you on my phone and playing it through my Bluetooth speaker and the dash. That's pretty cool. Incredible, the technology we have today. You're in the mountains in Colorado in your car, and I'm in Montreal doing this. It's just incredible, the technology today. I'm always amazed. Brett Woolley, no joy in, oops. No joy in Oklahoma for the spy number. John Beckham says, Joe, it's such a shame that CHU is going off the air. Another jab at shortwave radio. Yep. Richard Califano, nice to have you here from Albany, New York, WA2157 SWL. Glad to have you back. Oh, Jasmine, oh yeah, the Corona Borealis is beautiful. Yep. I heard that, yeah, it's there. It's not very strong, but it's there. It's not very strong, but it's definitely there. So, I like that picture for one thing. It's, I'm in a city where we don't see a lot of stars and a lot of stuff. And I was actually looking this week at the, it's very nice in the northwest after sunset. If you guys look outside, we have the occasion to see Mercury, Venus, and Jupiter. And Venus and Jupiter are actually getting very, very close tonight and tomorrow night. And it's really a lot of fun. So that, made me want to take pictures. And even though I don't see that much, at least through the pictures that I take with the phone, I'm able to, kind of do some astronomy a little bit. It makes me feel better because I miss the days of going up north where it was really dark and watching the skies there. And RJ Dakota, play the last 24 hours of CHU winding down rather than moving forward. Shame, actually. Yep. DJ Craze says, I know there will be a pirate station coming up at 01 UT on 7320 or 7350 tonight. So this is going to be interesting. So 01 UTC, 7320 or 7350. A possible pirate that will be coming up. So guys, I will take a few minutes. I need to go do my caregiving duties. And I will be back in just a couple of minutes. There we go, guys. We are back. We are back. Okay. Jasmine saying, I can tell you love astronomy. Your face just lit up talking about going up north to a dark sky location. Yeah. It has two things going up north, and it has a personal side to it with good, memories of going up north with friends to my dad's shack in La Conception, Quebec. We were in front of a lake. Some cool memories, having a beer in front of a nice fire, and the food, cooking the food on the fire is like the tastes, just everything's different. And that and doing some astronomy, the darkest sky I've ever seen. That sky was so amazing. It was just, I remember the first time we went there, I would see the constellations in Montreal, like, the Big Dipper. And I would go there, and it took me time to find a Big Dipper. There were so many stars that I was lost. I was like, where's the Big Dipper in all of this? It was so funny. Street Califano, I've been trying my luck with the Kiwi SDRs, and it is a different way to listen. Yep. It's fun for several things. I like the Kiwi SDRs. My use of the Kiwi SDRs is for checking out broadcasts that we can't hear over here, for example. Or, just tuning. One of the fun things, if you guys have never done that, choose a good Kiwi SDR in Europe and start tuning the medium wave bands at night. It's a whole different experience than from doing that here in North America. It's just amazing. Hugo, this was this 80s Soviet car that got clamped down. Here we had Lada. Was that a car in the United States back? We had a Lada dealer. Ladda, I think it was. Those were the USSR Russian cars. And there was a dealership actually not that far away from where I lived at that time, and that were selling those Russian cars. John Beckham, WWV is classic shortwave radio. Yeah. Jasmine says 80s must have been hella weird. They were amazing. I'm all that happened, and all the changes, and all the, man. It's interesting because I like to see people reaction videos. So I tend to look on YouTube a lot to either reactions to music or reactions to events. And there was this Gen Z guy that was looking at videos of what it was like for the Gen X people. And they were showing Gen X kids in the cars without, wearing not wearing seatbelts. Sometimes, just all in the back of a station wagon, playing, not attached to anything. Being at a McDonald's, and people smoking next to you at a McDonald's. There are things like one that I took a screenshot because it was like, this is the perfect representation of my childhood, and it's me blowing a candle in a birthday cake while my uncles are smoking in my face, and there are 2 or 3 beer bottles around the cake. And it's like, yeah, that definitely looks like my childhood. That's my childhood. My dad smoking in the car, that was so horrible. I still remember today. Jasmine, oh yeah, one of those Chinese cars. They're apparently built pretty well too. It's pretty amazing. So some Mandarin 11610. Yep, that is the Madagascar World Voice. It usually comes in very well here. Yep. Pretty nice. What do we have on 25 meter band? Eleven 660 is China and French, direct from China. Cuba, probably 11760, but just a carrier, no audio. Brazil on 11780. Radio Marti on 11860. Marti on 11930. France with some radar signal over it, 11995. So Madagascar World Voice on 11610 from Madagascar. So you have yeah, music videos. That was cool. That was a cool thing. I remember bugging my mom because we had these here in Canada. We had also the Canadian Much Music when it started. Much Music was to be like MTV, but made in Canada. And boy, did I bugged my mom to get Much Music. I was living to watch music videos. I would invite friends over and we'd watch music videos all day. Like, on Saturday afternoon, it's like, hey, come over. We're going to watch music videos. I was the only kid of all of my friends that had cable at home. So I would tell them, hey, let's do a music video party on, when the station was free, because they had these times when they were like free for 3 weeks to like promote and try to get you to subscribe. And I bugged my mom so much to subscribe to Much Music. She never wanted. But man, when it was free, I think I probably have them in a box here. I taped at least 10 VHS, 6-hour VHS tapes of music videos from the 80s. PSP Dave. I'm going to miss the official time signal of Star Wars, and Empire's probably a huge part of my life over time. Jasmine, Jill, do you use any astronomy apps like Skyview? You can hold your phone up. Oh, yeah, I have some of those. I have that, and I use Stellarium. That actually I've paid all the modules to have every single little thing, but the one I use the most is Stellarium, which also works by putting your phone in position. So this is Stellarium. So right now it's not set for this time, but it's one of a pretty good app. It shows everything. It even shows in real time satellites crossing the sky. So if you see one, you can look at Stellarium point, and it's like, oh, this is the rocket. This is the rocket of the Cosmos 619 Russian satellite or whatever. You know, it's a debris or whatever. But yeah, I often use these apps to look up. I have it on my PC too, which is fun about Stellarium. It's multi-platform, and it's a great piece of software for astronomy. DH1AO, it's amazing to see the Milky Way in fall here. No light pollution. Huh, I'm jealous. You're making me jealous. I'm moving to northern Germany. Kevin Michael, Shortwave Radio Australia is on 2310 at night. Texan PL 990. WF7I Homebrew, Jill, if you ever make it to the US again and visit me, I'd be glad to do tons of deep sky astrophotography with you. We have a dark sky. There's also a state park with dark sky nights once a month. Pretty cool. They set up telescopes for viewing and can bring your own. I do demos with them. Oh, cool. Cool. Well, we'll check that someday. We'll check that. It'd be fun. John Ritson. And I have to go to Colorado because I want to have, we have to go to that beer fest with MDK2. Matt, I promised that one day we would have to do that. So I also have to go to Colorado. And John Ritson says there were also popular in the UK as well. Oh, yeah, it's 1D. No, 2Ds is the batteries. You're right, it's 1D. LADA, L-A-D-A. It was 1D. The batteries are 2D. The darkest skies I've ever seen was at Oak Creek Canyon rest area at 2200 after a snowstorm cleared. You could reach out and touch the stars. Wow. Mike WX50, we have plenty of dark sky sites here in Arkansas as well. Can drive about 15 minutes from my home and have a really nice sky view. Yeah, here to have a really dark sky around Montreal, you have to drive a couple of hours. There's so much population in the small cities all around here that you have to really drive far now to get a really dark sky. MDK2 80s were awesome. We had the Yugo here for a couple of years. Dustman says crazy. Yeah. Even in the back of a truck. Absolutely. Yeah, I was just showing Toastin Love Stellarium. That's what I use. We had parties at home in the 80s for Christmas where I had my my uncles and aunts come over. Everyone was smoking. By the way, Voice of Turkey in English. It's kind of decent on 11785 right now. 11785, Voice of Turkey. So Voice of Turkey, 11785, not bad. And so I remember these parties where there was a small apartment, and at a certain time in the evening, you could see a blue haze of cigarette smoke, and your eyes were burning. And we'd open, and in the winter we'd open the doors a little bit because we wanted the air to change and the smoke to go outside. Oh man, that was terrible. That was terrible. Matt, I use astronomy phone apps occasionally, but that's cheating too. I used Plansphere to learn the constellations when I was in college. Yeah, well, I have a pretty good knowledge of the constellations, being, making a lot of astronomy in my teenage to young adulthood years. I still remember the best view I've ever had of Mars, and it was like 87, 88, somewhere there. I had set up the telescope. I was in college. I had set up the telescope in my backyard. I had a 6-inch refractor, and I invited my one of my best friends over, and I just looked at Mars, and I said, "Wow." And my friend said, "What? Look at that." And he said, and I just, his turn, he said, "Wow." And I remember I had because it was one of the best times. The Mars was really close, and Kayan Telescope had a map of Mars in the center page. And it was so good and clear view that I could match on the map exactly what we were watching in the telescope. Oh man, that was I've watched Mars after that. I've never had a view that clear. There was something special. I don't know if it's because the Mars atmosphere was extra clear that time, plus the fact that it was close and everything. But I can tell you one thing. I've watched Mars after in telescopes. Never did I have a view as clear as that one. That was just crazy cool. And I remember the old lady, because we had Italians and Greeks, people around, and they were like super nice. It was a nice little backyard community where everybody would talk to each other. The '80s were just so different than today. Today it's like, uh, you know, here in my block, in my building, it's nice because everybody talks to each other, and everybody's been here for a long time. But for the most part, now it's more like everybody, in a blog doesn't really talk to each other. They barely say hello. Back in the days, in the '80s, it was, you'd go out, all the neighbors, and the neighbors would talk to you, and it was just so cool. And I remember the old lady, the Italian lady, that was like 70 years old, and she put a ladder to the fence because she wanted to go across the fence to come and watch. She wanted to look into my telescope, and I was like, oh my god, this is going to turn so wrong. She's going to break a hip or something. And I was looking at my friends. I said, oh man, this is such a bad idea to go over the fence with a 70-year-old lady. And we were all helping her across the fence. Oh god, I thought she would break a hip that night. I was like, oh god, I'm scared. God, there's so many good memories like that. It's just such a cool moment. I have fond memories of neighbors and, of course, my friends and stuff from the '80s. That plus opening the mailbox. Oh, look at that! I got 4 letters today from 4 different stations in 4 different countries. And okay, let's see what's in there, and the QSL cards. And oh man, I miss that. So let's go down here. Yeah. Well, it's like what I was talking with Jasmine, many months ago. We talked about the coolness of this discovery of new stuff. Is it are the young people today having as much amazement as I had and as we had when we were kids, where everything looked so magical and wonderful and just amazing, discovering the world around us and everything, and then my case, shortwave radio and so on. As Mad Radio the Xer says, '80s more mystery and aura, with which the modern digital era cannot replicate. Kevin Michael, the McDonald's in Lake Arrowhead, California is still there. I was in that place when I was 13 years old in the 70s. Oh, man. DH1AO, I was a software engineer for an astronomy Mount OT150, early 2000s. Lots of fun. Cool. Kev Michael's receiving China on several frequencies on the 40-meter band from where he is. Oh, man. Stanscave, I've been having a lot of fun with the ATS-25X and ATS Mini. What are your thoughts on those? Oh, they're great. They're great little devices to play with. Honestly, the performance is surprising, and you know it's kind of cool stuff to play with. It's really lots of fun. These are definitely fun little devices. Like WX50, I was in college when MTV began. I spent a lot of time watching Marta Quinn. KD5NJR, nice to have you on board. Just outside Tulsa this spring. Yeah, my go-to mode was also that back in the days. It's okay. There's what I want to point at. Let's point there. Jasmine, did you see the performance of the Bare Naked Ladies did with Canadian Space Agency astronaut Chris Hadfield on board the ISS? It was a first collaborative performance in space. Yeah, that was cool. That definitely was cool. Oh, man. Kevin Michael remembers VH1. I actually, the only thing that I did on, I should watch it maybe. We have a, so I have tons of channels because of my caregiving duties. And the other day I went through my cable package to see, okay, what can I do to see if, you know, what channels I can change or stuff like that. And then I saw there was something called Much Music Retro, and it's basically replaying a lot of it's music videos 24 hours. And I was like, I want that. I might watch it from time to time. But, you know, today everything's on YouTube. You don't even need any video channels. Everybody watches the videos on YouTube. That's where everything is. Andrea the Xer says, we got MTV here in Europe in the late 80s. It was great until reality shows. Oh, yeah, that ruined these stations forever. When everything went from, you know, when music videos to, I got distracted here. Oh, there's a wasp. Ah, get outside. Okay, wasp got in. Okay, that's nice. You're not in a good place. I don't want you here. I'm gonna fight a wasp, guys. I was watching, there was this weird thing. Where are you? Oh yeah, that's where you are. Get out of here. Get out of here. Can't you go outside? Where are you? No, it's trying to get out from the wrong side of the... Let me try to... Yeah, okay. I would like to catch it or something. This is like... Yeah, okay. If I had something to pick it up, I would do now because it's on the wall. But... Yeah, what about... Want to get on something? Wait, let me... I'm sorry, guys. I'm battling a wasp. What if I put this here? Yeah. No, now it's under the table. Where the fuck is it? Oops, sorry. I'm gonna try to open this a little more. Maybe she's gonna find her way out. It's up there now. That's fun. Oh, man. So anyways, I never got my MTV or my Much Music. Just, oh, here it goes. The window's there. Just go through there. Yeah, here. Oh, you were so close. You were so freaking close. Oh, God. Oh, did it? I'm not sure. We'll see. Okay, we'll see. So me finding a wasp. Is that entertaining, guys? Andy News says I'm getting China 11610. No, maybe it's because it's in Mandarin, but it's Madagascar maybe that you're getting on 11610. It could be. I think it did go outside now. Okay. Kenneth says I still have about 5 videotapes filled with music. Only have digitized one. Yeah, I still have a working VCR here, a Panasonic, and I tested it a couple of weeks ago to see if it works because I do have everything to digitize. So I was thinking, man, better digitize those VHS before the VHS doesn't work anymore. KD5 NJR, who doesn't like space stuff? Yeah, it's just so cool to see everything that's out there. It's just great. John Ritson, yeah, Google Sky Map, yep. Doesn't know if you can get alternate camera apps that have more features than your native camera. Yep. Ken and Jill, I'm sure a trip to Hudson Bay would give the sky you seek. Oh God, yes. I'm pretty sure that would be perfect. Oh no, it's still in. Why can't it get outside? Come on, you were so close. You were so freaking close. You're almost there. Come on. Still in. Matt says Great American Beer Festival. Don't worry, I'll drag you to some cool officially designated dark sky sites. Perfect. Ken Michael used to get Channel 6 CBMT Montreal and C-band satellite. Wow. Virgil, just do a US tour of all of us radio geeks. Could post videos and interviews to the channel. That would be amazing. Oh man, that would be a lot of fun. Honestly, a giant road trip and then go see everybody. Andy News says many years ago I was in Germany near Ars Mountains. The sky was the best I've ever witnessed. K85 NJR says 4 a.m. Been getting the Radio Shack DX440 out lately at night. Pretty cool. Tosanov 11785, strong in the Vermont Kiwi. And the new turkey coming in well. Jasmine, I've been cigarette smoke and lead exposure. Gen X life expectancy is probably not too high. Oh yeah, we've had all of that. I can tell you, and not counting. I love to go to karaoke, and they enforced the laws that you could not smoke in bars, like in 2010 or something. I got smoked out in bars for years singing at karaoke. I remember waking up in the morning and smelling my clothes, and it was disgusting. Yeah, man, you have to come to Montreal. It'd be fun. John Beckham, Michelle, just a little music trivia for you. The Boomers X YYZ was a Canadian rock band featuring Ian Thomas, and the YYZ is the airport code for Toronto Airport in Canada. Yeah, I remember that. Michael can get East Africa on 4,000, 5,000 during winter at night. Radio Lagos. Yeah. Jasmine, yeah, Joe. In my building, everyone talks to each other. That's how my neighborhood is, though. I noticed more people over the last year or so have gotten into getting to know their neighbors. That's cool. Here we know each other. We're all on our Facebook page, so it's like if something happens, we just talk and and this is fun. It makes sometimes we there's a table in the back downstairs. There's a little family. They're really nice people, and they have a table with chairs in the back, and it's like it's for everybody. They told us it's like this is for everyone. So sometimes what we do is we have a little meetup. We're like, okay, how about a little beer or a little drink in the backyard tonight? So it's a lot of fun. So that's cool. It's fun to have people that talk to each other. I like that. I like the kind of the community thing. Matt says that really depends on the neighborhood. When I live in apartments in Denver and Seattle before social media, nobody talked to anyone who lived outside your building. Here I talk to tons of people on the street. Here's little houses all the way, and talk to this old lady. She's 90. Her husband died last year, and man, she's 90 and she looks more in shape than I am. It's just crazy. Fred Waterer says in 1980 or 81, when the Soviets shot down a Korean airliner, there was a car dealer in Toronto who would let you hit a ladder with a sledgehammer for $1. Yeah. That's interesting. I remember a few of them on the streets, not a lot, but I remember in the 80s seeing a couple of them on the streets. It was a rare occurrence because in the 1980s, all you'd see on the streets were the Volkswagen Bug car, the Beetle. That was so. We had a thing here when every time we'd see a Volkswagen Beetle, we'd pinch whoever would with us, and we'd say, pinch yellow, pinch green, pinch blue. We had to mention the color of the Beetle. And there were so many of them. It's like we were pinching ourselves all the time. Oh, God. Red Wooly, April Wine, Rush, Best Canadian Rockers. Matt says here we are all homeowners. I know most of my neighbors, despite my introverted nature. Yeah. The H1AO. The seeing here is quite low because we're surrounded by the sea, and the air is more consistent in density than on the mainland. Richard Califano, yep, night sky. You point and you know what you're watching. Yep. Welcome back, Keegan. David in Barcelona, nice to have you on board. The Copper House, nice to have you here. Britt, headed out a bit. If you're still in a couple of hours, I may be able to check back in. Thanks for the show. Take care, my friend. Always nice to have you here. Yeah, well, the window is open. That's why it got in. But it's not all open. So, and first, every time I wanted to get out, it would try to get out from the closed side instead of the open side. I don't see it anymore, but I'm pretty sure it might still be inside. I think it's just tired. It's just tired now. It doesn't love throw a radio at it. Justin, oh my god, I'd be screaming and freaking out now. Yeah, well, they don't scare me that much, but it's not something. And she looks like a female wasp. She's really big because at this time of year they're building their nests. So I actually had in the back to put duct tape. The metal shed that I have I noticed a couple of weeks ago that there was a little thing going on in and out from a female wasp. So I put duct tape all around so that she couldn't get in through wherever she was going in, and she probably got somewhere else because I don't see it anymore. There's no more. And I opened the door yesterday. I looked inside. Everything's okay. I don't want to kill him. I just want to, like, just go away. The best, if I had something when it was on the wall, that was the best time. I could have just put a cup or a anything and put a little piece of paper in between, and then I could have just throw it out the window. That's usually what I do when there's one in the room. Radio is Ratty RF 919 says Copper House. Jasmine, I have to leave the room. Wasp, if you're allergic, well, here, it's still here. It's still here. There you go. It's really tired. I could see how tired it is. Oh, man, come on. I know it's tough, but you're in the wrong place. Yeah, it's still going to be stuck there again. I'm going to have to find a way to take it out myself because it doesn't go through the window where it's open. And she looks very tired from all the tries of. So yeah, if you're allergic to wasps, it could be very dangerous because that I have a friend of mine. I've never been stung. Cross my fingers. Tonight might be the first time. And we'll know if I'm allergic. If I die on camera, well, there you go. Exclusive, says John Beckham. David says WA5P. Will you QRT, please? Jasmine, flying insects really freak me out, especially dangerous ones. I almost fell in a lake running from a dragonfly when I was little. I have a friend of mine that doesn't like it because when it comes over, he knows that if there's a spider, I never kill a spider. I would like, and he freaks out totally on spiders, and I'm like, come on. So last time that happened, and we were outside here, and it was in fall. In the fall, we have a lot of spiders here, and so there was one. We were talking on the balcony, and there was one that was just like coming down right halfway between me and him. It's like it was just going down because he wanted to get on the table, and he just freaked out and said, "Come on, stop freaking out. It's just a spider." It's like, what are you gonna do? It's like, look, I put it like a sheet of paper or something, and it's like, here, go walk somewhere else. And there you go. I couldn't believe how I kept my calm. I was like, you're so calm. There's a spider. It's like, I'm not afraid of spiders. The funniest story, the funniest non-funny story that I have with wasps is up north at La Concepcion, the place where we would go at the shack when I was young. And we one of the friends that I was with starts saying, ow, 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 ow. And I look at him, and he's got a wasp actually went up his pants. And whereas now he was kind of stuck. So it was, stinging him, and it tried to get out. And so I told him, I said, drop your fucking pants. Drop your freaking pants. Let it get out. So he didn't do it, but it eventually went out anyways by the bottom of the pants. So later in the day, I was like, why the hell didn't you take your freaking pants off? He looks at me and says, I don't have any underwear. I would have been naked in front of everyone. I was like, who freaking cares? There was a wasp in your pants. Robert Varner, always have a can of Raid for events like this. I'm gonna find it and give it its chance of going back outside. Keegan, if given the choice, I'd rather deal with a fly than a wasp. Oh, that's for sure. That's for sure. Tosanov used to transfer VHS to CD for people, but I don't have a working VHS player now. John Beckham, I hate those little flies that fly around too fast to kill. Keegan, remember reading somewhere that CBMT was available in some areas as far as Wisconsin on some cable systems. Huh. Copperhouse, do you like to do medium wave DXing? From time to time, I do. I'm not a real medium wave DXer per se, but from time to time, I will like see what I can get around when I tune the bands. Oh yeah, I used to have a chat on a one of those IRC channels. I used to have a chat on some IRC channel a long time ago because before YouTube could let you stream, we were using Google Hangouts, and Google Hangouts had no chat. So I was on Google Hangouts and on IRC for the chat purposes. Keegan, 2 slices of buffalo chicken pizza with Pepsi for dinner. That sounds good. Mike WX50 said add Hawaiian nachos. Friend Water, today's lesson, just reason with your wasp. Please, wasp, get out. Can I just talk to it like this? Matt says, I'm trying to remember the name early internet chat sites were called. Yes, it was the Internet Relay Chats. It was the IRC that were used back in the day. You'd open a room and have a chat on a room with that. Matt says, I like how you pronounce Volkswagen the German way. We'd punch each other and just say slug bug. So it was kind of probably of a variation of the same thing. As we'd pinch and we'd say the color. Hey, back to Mr. Paul from Vermont. Wheat pizza. That's pretty good. Rick Myers, KO40SA. Many years ago, while on the Pacific Princess, the Love Boat from TV series, they turned the lights off on the top deck. The Milky Way and amount of stars and Southern Cross were clearly visible. I can imagine in the on a boat in the middle of the ocean, no light pollution. Turn off all the lights, and man, that sky must be amazing. I'm sure it was the last thing on their minds, but the sky on the Titanic going down must have been amazing. But that probably wasn't their, anything on their mind of watching the stars. RJ Dakota's Lada made a car called Volga, a luxury car. Huh. Oh, Chilliwack. Wow. Copper House says I also have a K480 WLE loop I use for shortwave. Works like a dream to reduce interference on the bands. Yeah, magnetic loops are amazing for that. For you choose. There are worse cars than Ladas. In the 1980s, when I went to Cuba, you could rent Trabants. Those East German cars had moped engines. You had to pan the hood to gas. Oh man, yeah. James, nice to have you on board from Michigan. MDK2 says I'm monitoring 14230. Got an SSTV picture from VE2JCW in Saint Jerome. Wow. One of my nephews lives in Saint Jerome. So Saint Jerome, to give you an idea, Matt, is halfway between Montreal and La Conception, where I used to go at my father's shack. We would go, the highway that we took would go next to Saint Jerome or cross Saint Jerome as we were going to La Conception back in the day. So it's about halfway from there. Again, the X of the brown paper wasp and the brown, yellow, dirt, mud, darker wasp are not as bad, but the all black wasps are worse thing with stings. Jasmine, spiders on bother me. They kill the flying bugs. Yeah, well, there was that same friend once told me, he said, "Oh, I don't like to have spiders in my home." I said, "Well, I'd rather have a spider in my home because it tells me that it killed all the other bugs that could be in my home. Because they capture them and eat them." Matt says, "I don't kill spiders either. A couple of years ago, I found a widow behind an old picture frame." Oh man, it's trying to get out again. Come on. You're really, really. Come here. Come here. I'm just gonna push you with the keyboard. It doesn't know where to go. Yeah, and it's terribly tired. I'll take care of that later. I guess for now it's just gonna be okay. You have to go down. Go down a little bit. I'd like to. Yeah. You know what's probably driving it a little away from it is the light. I'm going to try something here. We'll be in the dark for a few seconds, but we'll do this. And she's going to see just the light from the window. She seems to not be absolutely not attracted to the red light here. It's as if she doesn't even see the red light here. It's interesting. But maybe like this, she's going to see that, oh, look at that. I can get out. Okay. Like WX50, that long leg spider catch bad spiders like brown recluse. Shape projects I've gotten, whoops, I'm going to go back. Shape projects I've gotten really good at catching bugs with a cup and a paper for weak bees. Some dilute honey seems to re-energize them. Yeah, no, wasps are not the same. Wasps are carnivores. They like meat and they like stuff like that. Bees actually live off of their own honey. They that's why they just go into flowers. That's why bees don't really care about us, and wasps do, because when we have food, wasps want to have our food. That's why they come and see us all the time. Brian Leesner, I used to see tons of Daddy Longlegs here. Yeah, ICQ, and that was the first. The first chat I've ever done was in IRC. IRC was long-standing uh, chat thing, so everybody would go on IRC, and they would. We would, you just create a channel there. I remember IRC was such an amazing thing for me. It was, the first time I got internet, I had everybody had that same software that you could download. And you would go on the IRC network, the Internet Relay Chat, and then you could create a channel if you want. Anybody could create a channel. You just put a name in it and see what comes up. And very often, if you put a good name that says what it's supposed to be, you'd get people dropping in. I would put sometimes I'd put like Montreal chat to see if anybody, and after half an hour, there'd be a couple of dozen people like searching for Montreal and end up in the chat, and we would be like all people from the city here. That was kind of cool. It still exists. I mean, the RSC is still there, the Internet Relay Chat. And I'd be curious to see how popular it still is today. But that was cool. I remember one of the coolest things I remember is being at a New Year's Eve party, which was kind of boring. And I asked permission to use the computer. They had internet, and so it was, it's like, okay, fine. So I installed the IRC app to chat, and I was chatting with a guy in Norway, and I remember we talked about the weather. When you don't know what to talk about, what do? You talk about the weather, and he couldn't believe that. For him, the summertime was like 70 Fahrenheit, 20 Celsius ish. Wintertime was like 32 Fahrenheit, 0 degrees Celsius ish. And I told him, I said, no, here in Montreal, July is tropical weather. It's 90 Fahrenheit, humid, and crazy hot. And in January, I told him, I said, well, we could easily go to minus 25 Celsius in the wintertime. It's something that happens regularly. And he just replied back, how can you live in such a country? It's like, yeah, we're used to it. That's the way it is. It was just so funny. I have heartburn thinking of buffalo chicken pizza. Yeah, but it still must be good. And there's a few things like that. And Jeff just got his CHU QSL card. So if you guys want one, it's time. The last time. You got 2 weeks left. Retromax Punch Buggy Yellow, no return. Keegan the Exeter, the first swab that stung me as an adult, crawled up my pants while I was outside. I went inside, felt it crawl around, pulled on it, and it stung me. Pulled my pants down, and wore underwear. I like the clarification. Wore underwear, and killed it. Nick Bernstein, I've been thinking about getting a Texan 990X, but I'm a bit on the fence since it's 5 years old. Do you think there is going to be an update or a better alternative that fits a similar niche? Do you like a big radio, or do you want it to be a smaller portable? If you like a big radio, rather than going to the 990X, I would go to the S2200X. For a few reasons. It's big radio. It has airband. It has better SSB single sideband reception above 20 megahertz. And there's a few things that are in favor of the, but it might be a little more expensive though. If not, I don't know. If you use the tuning knob a lot, you want a radio that doesn't mute. So 990X could be the choice and be fine for you also. You can look into the 880 if there's still the 880 out there. You'd save a little bit of money, and it's a great radio. So, you know. Metromax85 says, cooked 3 boneless chicken marinated in teriyaki on the grill with a campfire going here. Well, that sounds great. I can almost smell it. Fred Waters says, I listen every Sunday night to Treasure Island Oldies out of Vancouver. Michael Godin is the host, pioneer streamer. Been streaming since 1997. He had a career as a DJ in Montreal. Huh, interesting. Into the record industry and artist management. Name a Canadian act, and he has a story. Oh, that's interesting. Here on the radio, what's happening? There's a guy in a local newspaper that talks about radio in Montreal from time to time. And one of the things that he's been talking about, and I actually want to listen to it, apparently on FM 98.5, there's a new show where the guy goes from midnight to 5 a.m. and all he does is take calls and listen to people's stories and interact with them and so on. That's very intriguing. And what's interesting is that the newspaper, the journalist in the newspaper says it's the only live show at night on any radio station in the province of Quebec. So that also is interesting because I'm thinking, wow, that is the perfect place to go. If something happens during the night, that would be the best frequency to go now because it's the only show that is live. There's nothing live at night now. Here in the middle of the night, you all have pre-recorded stuff playing. So that could be very, I want to listen to it. I've been meaning to listen to it, and I'm going to do a little something different. I think the best strategy will be to turn on the light, and when it shows up, I'll turn it off, and you'll find the light. You know, finding the light? It's like in Poltergeist. You got to go to the light. Good. Let's try different things. Let's save Mrs. Wasp. Jace Gilbert, nice to have you on board from down under. Really nice to have you here. Tim Michael, have CHU Canada from 1990s. Old radios. I'm about ready to raise Cain with eBay this week because something I bought on 22nd last month still has not shown up. Yeah, it's supposed to be shipped and all. Yeah, you can start. Maybe you can. There's a delay that eBay has. I remember there's like a delay. I haven't purchased anything out of eBay in a long time, a long time. But yeah. Brett Woolley, you can't speak WASP. Jim Gordon, I know you love sci-fi. Have you ever seen the fascinating 1960 first spaceship on Venus? It was a Polish GDR production, quite advanced for its time, worth a watch on YouTube. Oh, I've never seen that. First spaceship on Venus. I'm going to go and check it out. So it's on YouTube. I'm going to have to go and check that out, definitely. Keegan DX to the Wasp is probably wondering what all the buzz is about, all the radios and discussion about them. Argentacoda centipedes. Oh yeah, those are. You don't squash a centipede because it smells like hell. I've had one here. I think last year I seen one here. I was like, oh god. Nick Bernstein, the trick for wasp spiders is to catch them with a vacuum and then put the bag in the freezer. Put water channeling the police. You don't have to turn on red light. Retro Max. Oh wow, I remember my friend in high school's father with the little red Yugo. Matt says, I remember being very confused for the first time because I got the IRC chat and people were talking to Jill, but Jill wasn't responding. It took a few to discover he was live streaming a video. Yeah. There's something going on like that. Absolutely. I was not seeing the chat or something. It's not like here. This is cooler because here now we have a chat room and everything. Definitely. Cosmic Lettuce, nice to have you on board. It's always nice to have you here. But it's possible that HF Underground, I was there at a certain time. It's very possible I was there. MRRC, yes, Mike WX50. That was the software everybody was using, MRRC. Mike B, speaking of the 80s, you remember the metal band Wasp? Yes, I remember that band. I can turn it off if you guys like it like that. It is very weird because the only light that I got on my face when I turn it off is the one coming from the window here. That I'm hoping the wasp will eventually find its way out. So Cosmic Lettuce from southeastern Arizona. And Jeff says the Radio Shack just became a Love Shack. We need the B-52s, the Love Shack. And now, I'm going to use a softer voices. Like, you close the lights, it's like, and now, welcome to the evening of joy and friendship on the Shortwave channel. Madrid the Xer, have you been doing 40 meters FT8? I see your VFOA is on that frequency. Yeah, I guess. If I go here, yeah, that's what I was doing last time. So I did some 40 meters. I need to change my coax because when I do some transmit after about 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, my SWR goes through the roof, and I think there's water in the coax, so I've put this up. I'll try to put it up tomorrow. So I'm just gonna wait for a few seconds and see. I'll let it off. You guys seem to like the. And welcome back to the soothing moment of the Shortwave channel. Nick Bernstein, I'm thinking of bedside radio, something I can take to the park occasionally. Okay. And is muting when you tune around a bad thing for you? If it is, then yeah, the Texan PL990X would be a good choice. As long as you don't like, if you listen to the 10 meter band, no, because you'll see that the single sideband is kind of very fluttery. If you can get a Texan PL 680, I would get that, but or a Texan PL 880. Oh, it is playing in the background. Maybe you're not hearing it. It's here. Look at that. I'm on 3330 here on the icon. I like the fact that the window gives me a half a face of light, and the other one's in the dark. So yeah, I've been doing some 40 meters from time to time. I have, it works. It's very noisy, but it kind of works still. I made some European contacts with 40 meters. Man Radio DXer, yeah, CHU. CHU going away. Yeah. It's mind-boggling. How many watts is CHU? So CHU time signal is 3 kilowatts. So 3,000 watts on 3330, 5,000 watts on 7850, and 3,000 watts on 14670. That's the power of the 3 transmitters. Free to choose. Nighttime talk radio on 98.5 is nothing new. Jacques Fabi was there for a long time, imported from CKAC. Yeah, but apparently this guy is different. Is Jean-Francois Guy or something like that. Apparently he's something interesting about the guy that does it. GMAC Texan PL 880 169, the PL 520 8399. Anybody that doesn't mind muting, the PL 520 does an excellent job, and it's a nice little portable, and you're saving money. But the PL 880 is a great radio. I know Blogger Die is fond of the PL 880, likes the audio also. Toast and Loaf has a weak carry on 6925. Let's check it out. North American Shortwave Pirates. Anything there right now? Doesn't have any listings here, but we can check it out. 685. Nothing heard here. Nothing heard here. So for now, there doesn't seem to be anything showing up on HF Underground either about pirates on that frequency. So Turkey just signed off on 11785. Next to it, of course, is a very powerful Brazil. Very strong. Some music, 11780. Brazil is there. So Brian Leisner got PL 520 on eBay. Was Anna's storefront. William, 1980s Poland had cars called FSO 1300 and FSO Polonaise imported into UK. Huh. Skidology. I was going to buy a PL 520, but it doesn't come with a battery if you ship from outside the USA. Huh, that's weird. Mine, Anna sent mine with the battery inside it. That's weird. Fredwater wondering what the buzz is about. I see what you did there. Harold, nice to have you here from Norway. LB1NH. Retromax, I remember using MRC about 30 years ago with my Packard Bell that I bought at Sears for $2,000. We've come a long way. I remember buying my HP. It was an HP desktop in 1999-ish, I think. It was a Pentium 3600. It had a CD burner, one of the first CD burners, and paid $2,500 for that. I just can't believe it. $2,500. Cosmic lettuce. Ah, the smell of new coax. Heaven. Skitology, I don't have any stores near me that sell BL5C batteries. Oh, yeah. Skitology, go to go to those stores that sell cell phones. The BL5C is a super common battery. It is in flip phones. It is in so many phones. It was also in so many other older models. If you go to one of those cell phone stores that sell all kinds of phones, they're going to have BL5Cs there. John Beckham, Wasp Radio. Retromax is Jill After Dark. At this point, you'll have to be 18 years or over to continue watching the stream. Late show with Jill. I like that. Then that means now if I do the late show with Jill, I'm going to have comedy skits about radio. So first spaceship on Venus, 1960. And the effect also about the lamp is that where it's actually shining here, it looks like a flame going up. Most of the decent stores are on the other side of where I live in the city. Kev Michael going to miss CHU Canada. Yeah. Steve, when is Air Spy coming up with the Ranger? I don't know. You'd have to ask them. Matt, VT Radio Paul says I got Jill on 30, 40, and 80. Yeah. Yep. Kenneth just receives his Texan 2200X yesterday. You like it? It's nice radio. Cosmic Lad is sad and stupid that any RF time reference is going away. It can't really be that expensive, can it? It costs. I actually went and checked. It costs the National Research Council of Canada $365,000 to operate a year. So that means it costs $1,000 a day. And when you think about the Canadian budget being billions and billions of dollars, it's pennies. Skeleton, if I buy outside the U.S. from a non-co, ask. You know what? If you want to make sure, write to Anna at Anonco. She's gonna answer you. But mine came with a battery. King and the X, I will miss C2 Canada. That was how I learned some French words. Tosunov says steady carry on 6925. What else do we have? Brian Leesner, I know we'll send the battery. I saw the legalese. I wrote her an email and she told me it's just nonsense. And the BL990X in this case came with a battery. They packed them in the box at the factory. Yeah. PVM, here's a SWL antenna question. I have a Kenwood R1000 general coverage receiver that is located on the first floor. My antenna now is a 15-foot long wire in the first floor room. Reception poor. Yeah. You would have to, if possible, where you are, put that wire outside. It would be much better. One of the problems, the major problem you must be having right now is the fact that that antenna being inside is probably getting more noise than anything else. Skidology, you know what? I may have a BL5C somewhere. If you have an old phone, you know, like from the early 2000s, you know, a lot of them had BL5Cs in them. Check your junk box if you do. I think that's what was in my Motorola Razr that I had in like early 2000. So the best thing you could do, PVM, would be try to put it outside. If not, if you can't, then some of those magnetic loops we're talking about, like an MLA30 or the GA490 or the K480 WLA, in a window could actually be a second option that could be good. And make that Kenwood R1000 live again. Yeah, and especially old radios there's a lot of old technology that use very weird batteries that aren't there anymore. They pretty much don't exist anymore. Stefan Navi, if you had to pick one radio running on 2 AA or on 3 AA's, which one would you pick? Well, AA batteries usually last longer, so of course if you get radios on the 2 AA's, you should have more runtime than on 3 AA's. But then again, you know, it depends on how the radio is built, because the electronics don't always have the same battery drain. Some radios actually drain battery more than others. Skidology, yeah. Well, let's not go too much deep in that, but let's just say that what I've heard is that the pre-Radio Marti and the new Radio Marti are not the same. And same is true of Voice of America. And let's just say it at that without mentioning any type of political balance. Tobruk Tim, thank you so much for the tip. It is much appreciated. And why not do the same as Tobruk Tim, guys? a little donation through the super chat here. Greatly appreciated. A pizza fund. If you don't want me to, get all skinny, and there's a pizza fund and cat treats for Paul through PayPal also at this address if you want to send a little something. You guys have no idea how your donations are keeping this stream up every week. Think about it. In 2 weeks' time, we will have actually 2 days of streams, one live show on Saturday, and we'll be live for the BBC Midwinter broadcast. And also, kind of have a last thought, a last moment thinking about the last hours that will be left of CHU Canada. And all of this, takes time. I take a lot of time to do this. I do my best to make as much videos as possible with the restricted time frame that I have. And it is much appreciated. So thank you so much, guys, okay? And I almost got attacked by a wasp today. It's probably still there. I think it's still there, like it just doesn't move anymore. Maybe it's too tired after all of that. Because I haven't seen it go outside, and I think it's on the top of my window. Doesn't know if it needs to get some rechargeable lithium AA's for a camera. It eats regular batteries real quickly. Oh man, a lot of cameras. I remember when I got my Canon digital camera, and I used alkaline batteries. The first thing that I noticed is, oh boy, this thing eats through batteries so bad. I've got to get rechargeables. Take care, Kevin Michael. Always nice to have you on board. What do we have? Kenneth, came with 4 18650s. Wow, lucky you. I had only 2. I'm jealous. Cosmic Lettuce, what's going to happen to the CHU hardware? I don't know. I guess they're going to dismantle everything and just, see if they can get anyone to get transmitters or something. But, yeah. Yes, birds in the background. There's a lot of birds outside here and in the tree just next to where I am. You definitely are hearing birds. The window's open. As if it would be closed, I'd be going crazy. But yes, you guys are hearing birds. Definitely. Definitely. Huh. So scatology shipping option says international tracked batteries excluded. Yeah. Did I ever have a radio that didn't come with the batteries? The thing is the shipping rules are so freaking crazy. I tried to send radios in the United States and forget it. I've never in my life seen Kenneth Boast being crazy. Being so crazy about shipping a box in the United States. It's just so freaking complicated for nothing. Richard Wagner, you have blocked out Russia. PVM run connects from receiver to wire with 2 leads, center coax, but its shield or only 1 lead connected to the center coax. So what you do is you take a coax. If you can go outside, bring the coax outside. The center connector, you'll have that that wire, the wire antenna you're using, is for the center connector. The braided shield, if possible, if you can attach it to something, if you don't have, I don't know what's your situation. If you're really close to the ground, run the center shield to a piece of metal that you just put in the grass, in the dirt, in the grass. If you're in the location where you're far from the ground, you're high up. Anything metal that you have that could, like, for example, I'm here on the 3rd floor, so putting a cable from the braided shield down to the ground would not make it a ground. It's too far away. It would make a funky antenna instead. So what I did is I actually took the braided shield and clipped it to a metal shed. I have a metal shed in the backyard. It's clipped to the metal shed. And it seems to work somehow. Because the braided shield is going to protect your signal from having all the interference from all the noise around you. So you want that braided shield to somehow be used and connected to something. So if you have anything in the backyard or an outside where you're going to put that is a metal ramp of a balcony, just clip it to that, and it's going to have some effect. But that wire needs to be center coax. It has to be on that center cable. Apparently, Anna does not open the boxes and remove the batteries. So what Brian says is you'll get the batteries, apparently. Yeah, Keegan. Sparrows. Yep. We have a lot of birds here. This street has a lot of trees. Mickey Extra Dose. Hello, how's it going? YU4NEO. I'm curious about how fast should I switch frequencies when doing a Parks on the Air when the band is wonky. I don't exactly understand what the question is. If the band is weird, first of all, I think you should stay on a frequency for a while. When you do an activation of anything, don't go and switch everywhere. The best thing you could do, is what? Is go to a Parks on the Air. You do, if you have the technology with you for everything, do your Parks on the Air activation, stay on a frequency, and go online on the all the different websites that will actually be giving you all the stations, all the DX stations out there, the clusters, and go there and post your station in the clusters. Say that YU4NEO is on that frequency with a Parks on the Air activation, and do it from time to time if nobody else has posted it. Because a lot of people go online, look at the clusters, and see what DX stations are there. If you go on the clusters and you post your YU4NEO is calling CQ on this frequency, it's going to up the amount of stations that are going to go and talk to you, because that means a lot of people are going to see you online and going to say, oh, look at that. You got a station, and we want to have a contact with that. YU4, Romania? Is that Romania? But go on the clusters and register yourself and say, hey, I'm calling CQ on 14275. Or if it's FT8, say you're on FT8. Well, Fred Waterer, in the so when we had the Shortwave Fest, we learned that WRMI costs $1 a minute. So $1 a minute is $60 for an hour, which means for 10 hours it's 600. Times 2 is 1200. No, actually it's cheaper actually to run CHU out of its own transmitter, because it's gonna cost you like 600, 1200 plus 4 times 6, 24. So that means it's gonna be $1,400, a little more than $1,400 to run CHU or WRMI for 24-hour period. So it's cheaper to actually run it from the transmitter site. GMAX, Seek Range Skywave 2 SSB. Shortwave, Brian Lisner says all of the CC radios drain batteries just sitting there. My CC, I got, look here, we're going to check it out. I haven't used it in many months. So I haven't used it in many months. This is the CC Skywave. Does it turn on? It tells me my battery's dead. And last time I used it was about 6 months ago. So I don't know. I'd have to try it out a little more. Oh, and there are alkaline batteries too in it. So that is maybe true, because alkaline batteries are not rechargeables. And it's telling me that my alkaline batteries are dead. And that's 6 months. So that would kind of agree with what you just said, that the CC radios drain batteries when not used. So, interesting. WRMI in competition with WWV and WWVH. Imagine WRMI running a 24 hours time signal. That would be kind of interesting. Bob Rouse, before buying my MLA antenna, used to run a wire from my receiver to my aluminum storm window frame, and saw improvements from just that alone. Skidology, my dad has his Nokia 6085, I think, that I bit the screen when I was a child, and might have a BL5C batteries. It's possible. It's possible. Brian Lee's 990X came with 2 batteries, if I recall correctly. Yeah, mine too. The H501X came with 2 batteries. What I've noticed, Skidology, is that there doesn't seem to be much verifications on packages of things that are not very expensive. You know what, Kenneth? If they have a government surplus cell, you know what? I'm buying the 5,000 watt transmitter, and I'm putting it in my backyard, and let's run a pirate radio station that's gonna just be the most powerful one coming out of Canada. This is the voice of Shortwave Radio, sponsored by the official Shortwave channel, YouTube. Oh, I didn't know that, Cosmic Lettuce. That's interesting. Craig Martinetti, do you have a bird feeder? Nope, I don't. I think the neighbors downstairs maybe, but I don't. But here, there's so many trees. We have tons of birds. Bob from Wick, nice to have you here, and thank you for the donation earlier this week, by the way. Free to choose. They're a federal government website or physical place where they sell or auction this type of equipment. Like, what did they do with the weather radio equipment? First of all, I think the weather radio equipment is still up there. I think it's still on the mountain. It's still wherever they are. But I don't know. I don't know what they're doing with those things. I mean, Radio Canada International, apparently it was just a let's destroy. It was like one of those rage cage things today. They just went there and destroyed everything. That was crazy. We're trying to send me, Sheldon wants to send the pictures that I showed you guys about this Sackville transmitter site and the building that is just a big mess. Because it's like, how can the Canadian government and the CBC Radio-Canada just leave a place like that with tons of documentation still in place, by the way? It's like they just ran away and left the place the way it was. It's just crazy. You know what's happening with the no battery thing is that because there are tons of rules, we're not supposed to ship with batteries. Here, Canada Post refuses to send a radio with a battery in it. And yet, you just shut up, give them a box with things with batteries, and for the most part, they go through. The only thing is, it could get you in trouble because I saw the paragraph that says, if you're sending a radio or a device with a battery and it explodes in, I don't know, in a plane or somewhere, you could be liable for prosecution and things can get really bad, John Beckham, I think that countries returning back to shortwave broadcasting could help promote a better world by exchanging ideas. That's what the idea of all of these stations were back in the 70s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. It was let's talk, and let's talk about who we are through radio. And today, I think that would be needed more than ever, honestly. More than ever. Dostalov, I can hardly hear a bit of AM on 6925, but it's too weak to hear much. Let's see if anything shows up on HF Underground. It's interesting because HF Underground doesn't have anything listed right now since you've been listening. So I'm wondering if you're hearing something or you're hearing maybe some local interference or something. Stefan Nevi says, thank you, sir. Now, which brand would you recommend? I bought a liquidation store, Michigan, one of me, because in Europe, Elon Elites for $90 each. Yeah, they're nice. They're nice. Honestly. They're really nice. Craig Martinetti, what kind of birds? Here where it comes tricky because the bird names in French and English are different. But so we have sparrows, cardinals. We have I don't know how you call them. I would have to go to my app. There's another one is there European something, but I don't forgot the name. Last winter I saw a one of those big white owls that usually are in mostly in really like forest areas and places where there's more food, but it was in a tree next to my house. I heard a bird call, and I was like, wow, what is that? And as I was looking, I finally saw it. And it was really, really amazing to see. It was huge, It was a huge bird. When he took, I didn't have time to take a picture. He took off, and when I saw the wingspan, it was just wow. Look at that bird. We have tons of very unusual birds here because there's a lot of trees where I live. I used to live before in a place where there's not a lot of trees, and I mean, about all I could hear was parrots. There was nothing else. But here, when I moved here, this first thing I noticed, there's blue jays. There's a guy, actually, that is the funniest thing. There's a guy on the other side of the street that has peanuts. So he puts out peanuts for the blue jays, and the blue jays get the peanuts, and I don't know how many times they end up just on the edge of my window here, and they eat their peanuts on the edge of my window. So there's we have a lot of birds. I got the, for those that don't know, by the way, there's an app called Merlin that you can download. That app is great because what it does is you start the recording, and it listens to all the birds, and it shows up everything it hears. It shows up what bird it just heard, and it gives you a list of all the birds. This is a great app for if you guys don't know about it. Merlin is an amazing app. It identifies everything it hears in your vicinity. My WA is 50. WRMI is $1 a minute, but gators are free. I like that. Brian Leisner says, my 2E are sitting here, killed the D batteries. I turned it on and it shut itself down. Yeah, I got a 2E also. I should check it out. Indeed, that has alkaline batteries in it. Hey, take care, John Ritson. Always nice to have you on board. I was thinking of buying D76 developer to develop black and white film. You know what? You're reminding me of a friend of mine, old radios, that is likes old technology, and he has been taking pictures with old cameras in the past few months, and it's like kind of fun to see. If you do that, you'll dim the lights in the entire neighborhood. Chris, did you hear any museum ships on the air this weekend, Joe? No, I haven't been doing a lot of radio listening. One thing that I want to check out that I always forget about. Are we past our... I want to check... Night of Nights. Shortwave, Marine. Yeah, Night of Nights. Because the Maritime Historical Society does Night of Nights. Oh, it's coming up July 12th, 2026. So the Maritime Historical Society, not hysterical, Maritime Historical Society, Night of Nights. And it's coming up July 12th. And it's going to be Night of Nights 2026. We must have a specific, here we go, events coming up. Oh, this is cool. So, okay, Night of Nights. So events coming up, events. So it's still not, but it is coming up. July 12th, which is what is the day of July 12th? July 12th is a Sunday. And so Night of Nights 2026 is coming up. And this is a great event where many stations are operating. And I believe it is the night where they also do all sorts of activations, including amateur radio activations. So I'm going to check it out when I get a little more details on what I see here. It's going to be really, really cool to check out. This is when they turn on historical marine stations that were off, decommissioned. And there's all sorts of events going through, including amateur radio. I'm going to check it out. So, nope, I didn't hear any museum ships. There is a special event this weekend. Mike WX50, watch the RCI documentary. Very interesting, definitely. Very nice. Bob from what? Yeah. Actually, here they had to send warnings to people saying, if you have a device that has a lithium-ion battery, don't throw it in the garbage, because when the garbage truck compresses the all the trash, it of course compresses the battery, and apparently there's been quite a few garbage truck fires because of batteries that just sparked a fire inside the junk, all the trash. Yeah, Blue Jays. We have Blue Jays, Craig. Bob Rouse, lithium batteries. We go back here. So Bob Rouse says, let's see this. Lithium battery ship should be no more than 30% charged and have either a UN 3480 or 341 UN style label. If IATA approved, the battery is approved for air transport. Like WX50, the Merlin app is cool. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Of course, the Blue Jays are in Toronto. Matt says, I have Merlin use it on hikes. Brian Leesner, just received a shipment of a Banggood and the battery is nearly dead. They were shipped properly. Merlin will play bird sounds of many birds that you can play. I played a bird sound to lure the birds closer. Yeah, that also is a good time. Keegan the Xer, when I got my Codascend DX286 last June, I thought a rechargeable battery would be included, but was not after arrival. So I had a set of rechargeable batteries with a charger ordered. Cosmic Lettuce, I'm right in the middle of a migration river. Lots of different birds, some seasonal and some year-round. Very cool. And water. I had the Blue Jays and Cardinals on my feeder one time. Hey, look, interleague play. I emailed a picture. I got a 2-pack of these batteries from Amazon. Okay. There we go. Yep. I have. I'm lucky because I the BL5Cs when Connicom sent me the Connicom GP7. He sent me like 10 batteries with 3 chargers, and I was like, wow, okay, I got tons of batteries now. Well, at least there got foxes and coyotes. We got coyotes, but not here, but not that far. I have a big highway to the north of me. That highway kind of is like a barrier. When, because there are parts of Montreal where they're telling you to not leave your cat out because coyotes can just go and get him. And on the very, very east of the island of Montreal, where the population is a little more sparse, we do have deers that actually cross the St. Lawrence River and sometimes come into the eastern part of Montreal. I saw a black fox in my neighborhood last fall. Apparently, it's a coloring that happens with common wrist foxes, occasionally red. So I haven't seen I haven't seen the wasp in a while. It must be somewhere here. I don't think it actually went outside. It's interesting. I really don't see it at all. So I'm wondering where it is. I don't see it at all now. Could it have gotten outside without me knowing? Who knows? Who knows? So, let's check out the 31 meter band here. See what's on the 31. 25 seems to be, let's go from 9,000 and up. So I'm going to start with some upper sideband. Go to, some Stanag on 9100-ish. So now we're getting into the international broadcast band. Let's go here. 9265, very strong. With WINB with some jazzy music. Interesting. Usually there's talk there.
Masters at using up their non-lives, like shooting laser pointers into walls, or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do, text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life.
Be like a cat and don't text while driving.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration,
All right.
Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
The more you listen to your kids, the closer you'll be. So we ask kids.
All right. You got to be like a cat.
us that he gives grace to the humble. Thank God for that. He gives grace to the humble.
WWCR 9350. We got a very weak 9395 from WRMI. Rather weak WRMI on 9455. Something on 9580, which I don't know where it is. 9580. At this time would be Vatican Radio. Nope. It's 23. Yeah, it's Vatican Radio in Vietnamese. That would be what I'm having here. WTWW on 9930. And a weak WWV on 10,000 kilohertz. But I did hear it's very, very, very faint, but 9996 is there with the RWM time signal. So what else we have? RJ Dakota, a new site are barn swallows trying to get in through exhaust vents from our dryer. Wow. Birds do kind of are intrigued by that because we had to change the outside. There was like one of those plaques with these little the vents that open only when the dryer is working, and that had fallen off. So all there was is that exhaust pipe from the dryer. And one day, a couple of years back, I remember hearing noise, and I noticed that birds were getting into the pipe. I was like, "What the hell?" That's where I noticed that plate was missing. So it's like I replaced the plate to fix it. Shortwave Archive, nice to have you on board from Colorado, listening to music on Radio Nacional de Amazonas. Pretty cool. Chris, what station does Mr. Paul listen to? Whatever I'm listening to, he's happy. As long as I'm there, as long as I'm petting him, whatever's playing, he's going to be fine with it. Skidology. Yeah. GMAC 9265 with love. Fredwater, a few years ago, one of my neighbor's cats became Coyote Chow. Yep. Got to be careful. Skidology, I'm also a young shortwave listener. Brian Leisner, 9580, speaking out just above the noise. Mike B, 9350 in Southwest Colorado. Shortwave Archive got Radio New Zealand on 17675 over here with a good signal. Let's try it. It's very early here, so usually it doesn't come in at this time. But let's try it just to see if nope, nothing there. They're very, very weak, faint carrier, so it's kind of showing that it exists, but nope, nothing here. 16 meter band is rather dead. Just incredible. Just incredible. So let's check out 15 megahertz time. Well, WWV on 15 is not too bad. It's coming in. 19 meter band is totally dead. Nothing on 19 meter band right now here. Pretty crazy. Cosmic Lettuce, old joke. Proof that the earth is not flat. The cats would have knocked everything off by now. Mike B, 9330 in Southwest Colorado. Shortwave Archives got New Zealand. Michael, nice to have you here from northern New Jersey. Jasmine says, not knowing where the scary wasp went would drive me crazy. Yeah, I don't know. It's somewhere. I guess it's somewhere. Or it found its way out. Because it's not. It's either that or, you know what? Tomorrow I'm going to come in my office to do stuff, and it's going to be flying around. And it's like, okay, you're still here. You're still here. Dakota says that's exactly what they're scoping out. Yep. Mike B9996 sticking in Southwest Colorado. Free to choose. The only thing missing in Montreal is a Roadrunner. Fred Water at the Wasp is sulking. Jill took away the mood lighting. Well, it's getting so dark that if I don't, in the next, well, it's still light out, but it's getting darker and darker. All you're going to see is the shadow and the redness of the background. Skidology, Gen Xers are nostalgic for the 80s, millennials nostalgic. Yeah, that's normal. We're always nostalgic for our younger days, going back to the good old days when you were younger and did all sorts of stuff and did stupid stuff and crazy stuff. I did my share of stupid stuff, my share of crazy stuff. J Dakotas usually have luck on 17675, but not tonight. Yeah, here if it's gonna be here, it's gonna be here at like 0300 UT. But the other night I stayed very late. I stayed up very late, and 13690 and 11725 were really good frequencies. To have a good RNZ, Radio New Zealand here is like you got to stay up to the middle of the night. Scatology, did record any finds on shortwave? Not really. Cosmic Lettuce, I've got Roadrunners and Coyotes, but Acme is over in New Mexico. Might be perhaps one of those spiders that you left alone got the wasp. Yeah, I have. Who knows? Who knows? Your radio says my old house in Colchester, Vermont. I had a bat get into the house twice. One time, got it to fly out of the open sliding glass door. The other time, I wrapped a sock around it and carried it out. Oh, man. Cosmic Lettuce is nostalgic for my thousands. Oh, man. Gospel music on 9930. Shortwave Archive says you should try RNZ on 9700 on 11 UTC. They should have a jazz program on air called Inside Out. The problem about 11 hours UTC is that it's 7 a.m. and I'm a night owl, which means I go to bed pretty much always at 3 a.m. So thinking that I got to get up at 7 a.m. when I go to bed at 3 a.m. is kind of not a good idea for me. You're doing Parks on the Air on sound effect on 14226. What's your call? Let's try it out. What's your call? Let's do a listen for our friend here. So not hearing anyone on 14226 right now. Shortwave archive, understandable. I want to stay up for shortwave and get up early for shortwave. Doesn't work out well. Yeah. Might be the only trouble I've had with wasps is if you get near or mess with the nest. Oh, the nest. That you gotta. That you don't mess with. You never mess with a nest because that is a bad idea. When they're alone like that one, you can deal with it. But a nest, oh, forget it. 1 year, and there's a metal shed in the backyard that's kind of a. It used to have the old lawnmower, the gas lawnmower, but now it's pretty much abandoned. But back a few years back, we didn't notice, but there was a huge wasp nest that had been done because there was a hole in the back of the shed, the metal shed, where they could actually get in. So I was like, okay, hi, I'm gonna leave you alone. Bye bye. I ain't getting in there for the rest of the summer. Cosmic lettuce. I love all bugs passionately, as long as they're not on me. That I gotta say, I don't like the bugs on me much. Yeah, I don't hear anything here. Yeah, sound effects. Okay, 8QX. Where are you? Where are you doing your parks on the air, K8QX? Out of curiosity. I hear something weak in the background. I think I just heard something. I'm hearing someone, but he's on 14225. I'm hearing a weak station on 14225. Yeah, that definitely, Kenneth, could be much worse than a wasp net. Definitely. We don't have these hornets here on Quebec yet. But apparently they're moving closer and closer every year, so someday I would guess they're going to be here. But we don't have some of those yet. Those would scare me a little more. I mean, with the size they are, youch. So CHU coming in really well on 3330, and as far as Pirates are concerned, right now 6920 upper sideband, Nari Nelson radio. Let's go there. Let's go check out the pirate bands. We go down. Yeah, 6920. So 6920 kilohertz upper sideband is pirate right now. And yeah, right time. Absolutely. That sounded like rat time. I got so much noise here. It's crazy. There's someone at 14225, but he mentioned he was on 14226. Kilo 8 Echo Victor. Kilo 8 Echo Victor. So that's not the same station. He's Kilo 8 Queen X-Ray. But I'm hearing Kilo 8 Echo Victor on 225. So the Kilo 8 Echo Victor calling CQ on 14225. Was it Kilo 5 that just answered, I think? Harvey Funkenstein, are you much of an Imperial Stout man? Not that much. Shortwave archive. Been hearing the BBC 3-note interval on 17640 before the Amharic broadcast at 1730. Yeah. It's fun when you catch one of those BBC broadcasts that still has some of those interval signals. Free to choose, 6920 per sideband coming like a ton of bricks. Old radios, no joy on 14225. Bit of water. So, hey guys, 4 hours. I think that's been pretty nice. We had a lot of fun. And Scology, okay, doesn't hear any of the 2 stations. So it's been nice. Hey, nice to have you here from Scotland, Parky. So thanks for all of you being here. We'll be back next Saturday, 20 hours Universal Time, once again, with another live show with a lot of fun with the radio. And don't forget, in 2 weeks, we'll have a double shot. In 2 weeks, we'll have the live show on Saturday, and we'll do a live show for the BBC Midwinter broadcasts. So it's going to be kind of cool to have the 2 shows on that weekend. Thanks to all of you that have donated tonight. You're much appreciated. It's really a lot of fun. It's amazing to be with you guys all the time. It's fun to tune around and just enjoy. We're getting in 2 weeks also with the the summer propagation. We'll be at the longest day of the year in the Northern Hemisphere. Definitely something interesting. I'm trying to plan a Perry Island expedition this week. I would like that. Neeson Greenwich, thanks for being here. Nice to have you on board. And thanks everybody for always an amazing fun moment with you guys. So radio on. Take care of yourselves, and see you next week. And hope that things are gonna be cool. 21st is my 28th wedding anniversary. I don't think it's going to work out if you say, hey, honey, I'm sorry, but it's the BBC Midwinter broadcast. Can we do it tomorrow? I'm not sure that's going to be a good excuse, unfortunately, Matt. So take care, guys. Stay safe, and see you soon. Always fun to be with you guys.